Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Members of the Senate this afternoon will be considering a motion on the report of the Joint Committee of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining, and the Senate Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on the approval hearing for the nominees for the appointment as members of the National Climate Change Council. This motion will be moved by the Chairperson, Land, Environment and Natural Resources. And this motion seeks to have the House approve, or rather the committee approves the nomination of Ms. Emily Mwende Waita, Mr. John Kioli, and Professor George Odera Outa for the appointment as members of the National Climate Change Council, and rejects the nomination of Ms. Umra Omar. This is a motion that is lined up for consideration on the floor of the Senate this afternoon, and members of this committee have approved the 3 names and rejected 1 nominee, that is Ms. Umra, and this motion will be before the floor of the House for members of the Senate to be able to consider this motion this afternoon. Also lined up for consideration is a motion on the doping menace threatening Kenyans' impeccable global reputation in athletics. This is a motion by the Nandi Senator, Honorable Samson Cherargei, and this motion, debate on this motion already kicked off, and this afternoon's debate will be a resumption of a similar debate that was interrupted on the Tuesdays of 14th March, the year 2023. There is a balance time of 2 hours and 42 minutes, and members of the Senate who may have not been able to participate or give their views on this motion, then they will be allocated time in that duration to be able to participate. This motion seeks to have the Senate resolve that the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Arts come up with modalities that can help achieve increased testing, intelligence gathering on athletes, and doping awareness programs, that in collaboration with Athletics Kenya and National Olympic Committee of Kenya, to vet all training camps, coaches, trainers, and other athlete handlers. Also to initiate investigations at Anti-Doping Agency Kenya to identify and sanction all responsible officers liable for the menace of doping. This motion also seeks to have the Senate House resolve that in collaboration with the Directorate of Criminal Investigations and Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, finalize pending investigations and recommend prosecution of individuals involved in giving this banned substance to athletes. And finally, the Senate will be resolving to push the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Arts that in collaboration with the Ministry of Health to identify and revoke licenses for medics, pharmacies and hospitals responsible for the prescription of the commonly abused drugs by athletes. This motion, debate on this motion already kicked off, and this afternoon's debate will be a resumption of that debate that was interrupted on Tuesday, 14th of March, the year 2023. This is the motion on the doping menace threatening Kenya's impeccable global reputation in athletics. The County Vocational Education and Training Bill, originating from the Senate, Bill number 3 of 2022 by Honorable Senator Moses Kajwang, will be read for the second time, or is lined up for second reading on the floor of the Senate this afternoon. And the County Vocational Education and Training Bill seeks to put in place a legal framework to govern the establishment and management of vocational education and training with the county. One of the functional areas of county government as provided for under Part 2 of the 4th schedule is to the Constitution relates to village polytechnics and homecraft centers. Part 1 of this bill provides for preliminary matters and sets out various definitions, the guiding principle in relation to implementation of vocational education and training, as well as the obligations of the national government, county governments, and owners of institutions registered under the Act. This part also makes provisions for trainees with special needs and confers an obligation on the county governments to ensure that measures are put in place, including facilities and institutions to cater for the needs of trainees with special needs. This bill is lined up for second reading on the floor of the Senate this afternoon. It is a bill by Honorable Moses Kajwang, County Vocational Education and Training Bill, originating from the Senate, Bill number 3 of 2022. Members of the Senate will also this afternoon be resuming debate by Honorable Senator Gloria Oroba on the provision of free sanitary towels to end period poverty. This is a bill that debate on it already began, and today it will be a resumption of a similar debate that was interrupted on Tuesday, 28th. The Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Kingi, has stepped into the chambers. He will be presiding over this afternoon session. I will now hand you over for this live broadcast brought to you by PBU in partnership with KBC. My name is Kamche Menza. Good afternoon.
We beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Clerk, do we have the requisite quorum? Sergeant at times, please ring the bell for 5 minutes.
Well, the Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Kingi, has just directed that a quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes. Of course, this is to allow members who are yet to get to the chambers to be able to walk in and enable the House achieve its requisite quorum for the House business to kick off this afternoon. So the bell will ring for 10 minutes, and members who are yet to walk in, then they can make their way to the chambers. The motion by the Honorable Senator Gloria Oroba on the provision of free sanitary towels to end period poverty will this afternoon resume in a debate that was interrupted on the Tuesday of 28th, the month of February, the year 2023. There is a balance time of 2 hours, 41 minutes. And of course, this time will give way to the members who have not participated in this motion to be able to give their views on a number of issues that have been highlighted on this motion by the Honorable Senator. A look at what this motion seeks to attain. The member for the mover of this motion seeks to have the Senate resolve that the Ministry of Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action, in partnership with the Ministry of Education and the Council of Governors, to facilitate provision of feminine hygiene products in all public schools. Also to ensure that all schools that do not have bathrooms that facilitate privacy cleanliness or proper disposal of hygiene products are properly equipped. The Senate also resolves to have the Ministry of Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action, in partnership with the Ministry of Education and the Council of Governors, to create awareness and take advocacy measures on reproductive health issues related to period poverty. Also include in the curriculum a dedicated lesson per week to teach girls on menstrual hygiene. And the last recommendation or resolution in this motion is to ensure that sanitary products will be obtainable timely, consistently, and in a way that respects the dignity of concerned persons. This debate on this motion will be resuming this afternoon after it was interrupted on the Tuesday of 28th February, the year 2023. Also lined up for consideration in the order of business in today's afternoon sitting for the senators is the motion on institution of measures to curb incessant high electricity costs in Kenya. This is by Honorable Senator Mohamed Chute. This motion talking about the production and the total consumption of energy in the country with regards to the economy as is now. And there are a number of recommendations that the mover will be seeking the Senate to resolve on. There is the Standing Committee on Energy that is expected to undertake an inquiry into contracts signed by IPPs detailing the cost, capacity, and duration of the contractual agreements and their implications on affordability of electricity in the country, discrepancies in the cost of electricity sold to Kenya Power by Kengen, imports from Ethiopia and IPPS, and also undertake an inquiry into the diversion of electricity generated by Turkana wind power to the national grid, bypassing the inadequately supplied northern frontier counties of Marsabit and Samburu. The Ministry of Energy will also be expected to come up with a policy framework that is aimed at lowering the cost of electricity as a way of addressing the high cost of living and at the same time enhance clean energy by switching to renewable sources of energy such as geothermal power, wind energy, among others, as a way of reducing the carbon footprint. That is a motion that this afternoon will be considered.
All right, first order then.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, Wednesday, 15th March 2023. The report of the Auditor General on the County Assembly of Machakos for the year ended 30 June 2022. The report of the Auditor General on the Kirinyaga County Health Sector Service for the year ended 30 June 2022. The report of the Auditor General on Kirinyaga County Executive Staff Car Loan Scheme Fund for the year ended 30 June 2022. The report of the Auditor General on Kirinyaga County Executive Staff Mortgage Scheme for the year ended 30 June 2022. The report of the Auditor General on Kirinyaga County Emergency Fund for the year ended 30th June 2022. Report of the Auditor General on the Tetu Aberdare Water and Sanitation Company Limited for the year ended 30th June 2022. The report of the Auditor General on Kirinyaga County Education Bursary Fund for the year ended 30th June 2022. The report of the Auditor General on the Busia County Agricultural Development Fund for the year ended 30th June 2022. The report of the Auditor General on Busia County Alcoholic Drinks Control Fund for the year ended 30th June 2022. Report of the Auditor General on the County Assembly of Bungoma for the year ended 30th June 2022. The report of the Auditor General on the County Executive of Bungoma for the year ended 30th June 2022. The report of the Auditor General on County Executive of Embu for the year ended 30th June 2022. The report of the Auditor General on the County Assembly of Embu for the year ended 30th June 2022. The report of the Auditor General on County Executive of Meru for the year ended 30th June 2022. And the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the County Assembly of Meru for the year ended June 2022. I beg to lay.
Honorable Senators, kindly take your seat. I have the following communication to make. You will rise on your point of order once I'm done with this communication, Senator Mazayo. In the public gallery, Honorable Senators, we have 48 students, accompanied by 3 teachers from Mwasere Girls High School in Taita Taveta County, who are in the Senate on an education tour. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I wish them a fruitful visit. I will allow Senator Mwaruma, Senator for Taita Taveta, to make very brief welcoming remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to join you in inviting the students and the teachers of Mwasere Girls High School. Mwasere Girls High School is in Mwatate sub-county of Taita Taveta. It is one of the best schools in Mwatate. We are very proud of them. So I would like to say that welcome so much to the Senate of Kenya, both the teachers and the students. I am your senator. I am serving my second term as senator. I'm a member of parliament. In Kenya, we have a bicameral parliament. That is 2 houses of parliament, which include the Senate and the National Assembly. The member of National Assembly for Mwatate is Honorable Shake, who serves in the other house. I know you'd have opportunity, if you've not done so, to go to the other house. And I serve in the Senate. I would like to indicate that I am a teacher by profession. And so it means that our teachers who are with you have the capacity to be senators. And I would like to encourage our students also to become teachers. Mr. Speaker, I really get worried, having taught for over 16 years in secondary schools in Taita Taveta, including Dr. Agri High School and St. Mary's High School, Shangoni, mathematics and physics. And I've had stint to teach at the university, Taita Taveta University, both inferential and descriptive statistics, that today when you ask our students, what would you want to be when you grow up? They say, I want to be a lawyer. I want to be an engineer. I want to be a doctor. So who will teach you when you grow up? Who will teach your children? Who will teach your children's children? I want to encourage you that in whichever thing you are doing, try to aspire to be any of these things, but don't refuse to be teachers, because we require teachers to teach our next generation. Mine is to encourage you to learn, and now as we move to learn from the proceedings of this Senate, and when you go home, please do greet our people of Taita Taveta. Tell them, receive greetings, or you've been sent greetings from your senator. But aspire to be teachers. It's very important, because then we need teachers in our next generation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What is your point of order, Senator Mazaya?
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, kama umeona uchangamfu wa hili bunge katika wiki tatu, ama sasa inaenda karibu wiki ya 3.5, ni kwamba hili bunge la Senate utaona linaahirishwa kabla ya wakati wake, ama sivyo linakosa watu ndani, linakosa masenators ambao wanaweza kufanya ile kazi ambao wanatakana kufanya. Na hii yote inaletwa ni kwa sababu kwa upande wa upinzani walileta mabadiliko ili yaweze kuwekwa wazi, na mimi kama kiongozi wa walio wachache niweze kuwa na ndugu zangu ambao watakuwa na mimi ndani ya ule uongozi wa walio wachache, tukiwa hapa ndani ya bunge la Senate, ili tuweze kufanya ile kazi ya kisawasawa kulinganishana na wajibu wetu. Bwana Spika, unaelewa kwamba katika hiyo harakati tuliambiwa kuna order. Hata mimi mwenyewe pia sikuiona ile order ambayo mimi nilikuwa served nayo, lakini tulikubaliana kwamba kuna order ambayo ilituambia tungoje mpaka hiyo kesi ishe. Bwana Spika, nataka kukuambia ya kwamba jana jioni, wakati wa alasiri ama time za kwenda alasiri na kuingia jioni, koti ile ya kuangalia ushaibu wa vyama, PPT, Political Parties Tribunal, walitangaza matokeo ya wale waliopeleka zile kesi pale mbele yake. Na matokeo hayo yako wazi katika wananchi wote katika Kenya wanajua ya kwamba walijitoa, wakasema wao hawana haki ya kuangalia ile kesi. Sasa ni jukumu la wewe kama Bwana Spika kuliweka wazi ya kwamba hizo taarifa si geni kwako, na wala si geni kwa hawa maseneta wenzangu, na si geni kwa taifa zima la Kenya, ya kwamba ile Political Parties Tribunal walikaa na wakajitoa, wakasema wao hawana uwezo wa kuingilia ratiba yoyote inayoendelea ndani ya bunge la Senate. Kwa hiyo kwa upande wa communication sasa tunategemea hicho kiti ulichoketi, kiti kikubwa, kiti Bwana Spika, ambacho najua wewe katika harakati zako za wisdom unaweza kuona ya kwamba ni ukweli upande wa walio wachache ama upinzani uongozi wake hauko kamili, na umeendelea kuzoroteshwa hivyo kwa sababu ya ile uamuzi ambao tulikuwa tunaongoja. Tumeongoja kwa wiki 3 sasa, na natumaini ya kwamba mwangazi umeonekana. Hata ndugu yangu Cheriote anaweza kunikubaliana na mimi ya kwamba alisikia matangazo hayo na anajua hiyo. Kwa hiyo sote tulioko hapa kama maseneta tunangoja. Anafurahia. Asante. Utaliona hili bunge litajaa sasa. Asante Bwana Spika. Asante sana Bwana Spika.
I need to dispense with a point of order. I need to rule. A point of order has been brought up by the minority leader, and it is only fair and just that I rule. I have enough information from the minority leader to rule. If there's something missing, you could have informed him before he sat down. You could have stood on a point of information to inform your minority leader. But having left him to proceed to conclude the point of order, I think it is now upon the Speaker to dispense with that point of order.
Bwana Spika, mimi sipingi uamuzi wako, lakini taratibu za bunge la Senate, ikiwa kuna wabunge ambao wamesema tafadhali Bwana Spika, pia mimi niko na hoja ya nidhamu. Kawaida hata Halwale pia alikuwa anataka. Kawaida huwa unawapatia nafasi hawa maseneta waweze kuweka hoja zao za nidhamu wazi, ili ukiwa unafanya uamuzi wako unaofanya ukichanganya zote pamoja, alafu tuendelee. Hiyo ndio taratibu ya bunge la Senate.
Senator Mazayo, are you teaching the chair on how to preside over this house? Senator Mazayo, I can rule on any point of order individually. You do not have to rely on other points of order for you to get a ruling on your point of order. And the mere fact that I'm going to rule on yours doesn't mean that after I've done with ruling with yours, I can still give Senator Sifuna his chance to rise on a point of order. So the opportunity to stand on points of order is not lost. So, honorable senators, allow me to just make a very short ruling on the point of order by the minority leader. Indeed, honorable senators, we have been in this house on this particular matter. And the last time, and the Hansard will bear me witness, is that we agreed that because there was a court order, that we abide by that court order until the matter that is before the tribunal is heard and determined. That was the final ruling of the chair on this particular matter. Today, the minority leader, standing on a point of order, has indicated that that particular matter has since been determined, and therefore the chair is now free to proceed to make the communication on the changes on the leadership changes from the minority side. I want to state this, honorable senators. He who alleges proves. And that is trite law. Senator Sifuna, you're aware of that principle, and the retired judge is fully aware of that principle of law. The minority leader, I hoped, while prosecuting your point of order, you will table either the ruling or the order, indicating clearly that the matter has since been dispensed with. Because where I sit, you're saying all Kenyans are aware that this matter has been dispensed with. But where I sit, I'm not aware. Where I sit, I don't go by rumors. I don't go by newspaper cuttings, or I don't go by news on TV. The only thing that this chair can hold as proof that indeed that matter has been dispensed with is when either the order is served upon my office, or at least, at the very least, Minority Leader, you table the ruling or the order. Once that is done, then I will move to make that communication. In the absence of the order served upon the office of the Speaker, in the absence of the Minority Leader tabling a ruling or the order to the effect that this matter has been determined in the manner that the Minority Leader has said, I'm afraid the chair may not be able to act on that point of order and proceed to make the ruling. I believe procedurally, when a matter is dispensed with of this nature, a ruling is available to all parties and an order is extracted for purposes of being served upon parties. I implore upon the Minority Leader, within the shortest time possible, to make available either the ruling or the court order so that this chair, relying on those documents, can proceed to make the communication. The chair will not delay any communication once those official documents are made available to the chair. I so rule. Yes, what is the point of order, Senator Sifuna? And bear in mind, standing order where you cannot debate a ruling of the chair. So as you stand to make, to prosecute your point of order, Senator Sifuna, be aware of that standing order. And mind you, it is disorderly to argue the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Speaker, this is why the Minority Leader was insisting that you at least listen to the rest of us before you make your decision. I have a lot of respect for you, Chair, both as my senior in the law and as a Speaker of this House. And I feel it is also my responsibility to extend certain protections to your Chair. Mr. Speaker, the point I wanted to raise on is that, in fact, when you are a party to a matter, you are presumed to be represented before that tribunal. I remember very clearly, Mr. Speaker, in your presentation when you were served with that order, you in fact said that you had been cited individually so that there would be consequences that would come to you individually if in fact you ignored that court order. That, therefore, any person of any knowledge of how the law works, Mr. Speaker, would expect that then the Speaker had representation before the political parties district tribunal, and that therefore yesterday the Speaker, whether personally or through the legal representation, was present when the order was issued, when the ruling was made yesterday by the political parties disputes tribunal. Mr. Speaker, that aside, now that you have said if we were to table either the ruling or the order, you would waste no time in making the communication. As fate you have it, and it's maybe because I went to visit the Archbishop this morning, and God is smiling on us, Mr. Speaker, I just happen to have received this very instant, Mr. Speaker, a copy of that ruling on my phone, a certified copy. The problem we have, Mr. Speaker, is that I came from this house direct from the registry of the PPDT. It is unheard of, in my view, having been a practicing lawyer before that tribunal, and as the Secretary General of ODM, which is the most sued political party or entity before that tribunal, that a decision would be made yesterday, and that even by today at 2:15 p.m. when I was leaving the registry, that decision had not been communicated or served upon your office. Mr. Speaker, be that as it may, we made presentations in this House that in fact we are the champions of the rule of law. We said we would not attack the tribunal. We said we would leave this matter to the tribunal. We said we were the fish in the water that is the tribunal. We knew what was going to happen, Mr. Speaker. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, if you will allow me to table my phone, because it has that order, If it is not possible, you allow me 5 minutes, Mr. Speaker, so that I can prepare and present that decision on the floor here, so that you can then issue your communication, Mr. Speaker.
What is your point of order? I can see Senator Enoch.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what it fails to the chair and to the membership of this House on both sides when every day for now 3 weeks running, we have to ring the quorum bell to get members to come and debate. This matter, Mr. Speaker, has already done what we had said it should never do. This matter has divided this House sharply. This matter has brought so much disrepute to this House. Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with you as a leader in this country. Mr. Speaker, on this matter, if we were on the political platform, we would be saying the Speaker has no dog in this war. This is a matter that purely and squarely has to do with the minority side. The Speaker, I respect the ruling of the chair, and that now the chair is shifting the burden of proof to the minority that EU alleges must prove. Mr. Speaker, there is no allegation on this issue. I remember very well, and I could be wrong, Mr. Speaker, when you read your decision on the matter of the leadership of the minority, and you cited an order that had been brought to you, the Speaker, and I said I could be wrong, but I don't remember you tabling that order. You just made reference to an order, and we were okay with it. The minority leader, Mr. Speaker, what is good for the goose is good for the gander. The minority leader has made reference to a matter that is in the public domain, a matter, as Senator Sifuna said, that you were properly seized of because you are a party in this ruling. The Speaker, if then this is the direction that this House has decided to take, then, Mr. Speaker, some of us will have to think very, very seriously about what we want in this House. Mr. Speaker, I wish you could just do the right thing. And as I said the last time, as I conclude, this side is not asking you to do anything that you shouldn't do. They're just saying, provide us, just communicate the list of our leaders, and we go into serious business of this House. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Senator Chirange.
Mr. Speaker, I think last time, if my memory serves me right, and I want to congratulate the minority side, at least they have followed the rule of law. But my advice to me is that they should not leave it midway. When you look under standing order number 23, number 23.6, it says, 5 and 6, the removal of a senator from the office under paragraph 3 shall not take effect until a senator elected in the manner provided for under paragraph 1. Upon decision being made, that is 6, by the minority party under standing order, the decision of the party shall be communicated to the Speaker in writing, together with the minutes of the meeting which the decision was made in the case of removal of the Senate minority leader or the Deputy Senate minority leader by the Senate minority or by the Senate minority whip. In the case of the removal of Senate minority whip or deputy minority whip by the Senate minority leader. So, Mr. Speaker, if the memory serves us right, there was a letter that was written by Senate minority leader, my brother Senator retired Justice Madzayo, that said the status quo be maintained. So the question is, Mr. Speaker, is whether the Senate minority leader has written another letter, Mr. Speaker, and I don't know why the senior counsel gets worked up. Mr. Speaker, can I finish? Because I've listened to, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion.
What is your point of order? He's on a point of order. So then
can I wrap it up?
So kindly proceed. Do you want to be informed?
No. I doubt, Mr. Speaker,
So
I doubt,
proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I doubt the way Bishop behaves today doesn't look like that information is coming from somewhere. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, what I wanted to say for neatness, and I don't have a problem, Mr. Speaker, the minority side can change their leadership anytime they so wish. My only concern, Mr. Speaker, is on two things. They can change their minority leadership at any given time. My only issue, Mr. Speaker, is there was a letter that was written to you and you read before the House, and it is the property.
Senator Mogen and Senator Mazayo. The good senator does not want to be informed.
No. Mr. Speaker, the only time, Mr.
Senator
Speaker.
Mogeni, the senator does not wish to be informed.
Mr.
Kindly
Speaker,
proceed and conclude your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, the only time I trusted Senior Counsel Senator Okongo Mugeni is when he was removing me from Kigiri Police Station. But on this one, I'm a bit cagey. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion is that there are two things that you know, Mr. Speaker, when you read the communication, Mr. Speaker, on the floor of the House, you told the House, and you know all of us were there, minority and majority. You told us the Senate minority leader had tabled a letter to say the status quo maintained. Standing order number 23 says it is in writing and it should be informed. So, Mr. Speaker, in neatness, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the minority leader, and in fact they can request for a short recess to obtain the court order, then they can, Mr. Speaker, you can have opportunity to look at the documentation and make a written ruling. This is a house of records and traditions. We cannot tell you to rule on issues of rumors or where we see in social media or where somebody was in the tribunal. Can they get the hard copies, Mr. Speaker, so that we can move? And that is why I don't have a problem, Senate minority leader through the Speaker, if they want to change their leadership. But what I'm saying, let us follow the law, Mr. Speaker, and the Constitution in conclusion, Mr. Speaker. Even you as the Speaker of the House, you have a right to protect the Constitution. You are not a conveyor belt. It doesn't mean if anybody wants you to rule on something, you just become a conveyor belt. You have an obligation. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Senator Mogeni.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you know, you are carrying the entire legal profession, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we were debating among lawyers that for the first time in the history of anti-corruption war, we have a commission that has been constituted with 5 commissioners without a lawyer, because Kenyans are beginning to mistrust lawyers. We are losing public faith and trust. You know, Mr. Speaker, before you ascended to that seat, and you are my good friend, you are my colleague in the legal profession, we had an lawyer who sat in that seat, Senator Ken Lusaka. And we were in this house, Mr. Speaker, when we brought to his attention the fact that Senator Lelegwe had been arrested. There was no evidence at all. It's by word of mouth. And he believed us because we are all honorable members of this house. When Senator Malala was arrested, we didn't have any evidence that we tabled before Speaker Lusaka. But Speaker, he adjourned the House. He adjourned the House for us to go and look for Senator Malala and confirm to the House if he had been arrested, the House was going to adjourn. That is the trust with which we have carried our business. Already, Mr. Speaker, the Senate is looking badly out there. We are fighting over a very small matter involving leadership of the minority side. And I want to state, we as the minority side can never dictate who will be the majority leader or the majority whip. We can never dictate. Mr. Speaker, I've been privileged to receive a copy of the ruling that has been delivered by the Tribunal. And me, I'm an SDA. It's on my phone. I've read it. Complaint E003. Mr. Speaker, that complaint has now been dismissed by the Tribunal. The directive that you gave to this House, and we respected your ruling, was to the effect that that matter will be left in abeyance till you receive the ruling. The ruling is before you. And as a way of tabling it, Mr. Speaker, I've forwarded a copy via WhatsApp to the clerk of the Senate. And Mr. Speaker, I know, Mr. Speaker, sir, you have been out of practice. You have been a governor for the last 10 years. Senator Cherage will tell you, Mr. Speaker, nowadays we serve orders through WhatsApp. He will confirm. He's here, he's a lawyer. I mean, so really, we have that title, honorable members. If the issue was the Speaker to be served with the ruling of the Tribunal, that has already been done. Let's not play games with a very small matter. There are so many issues that we need to come together and discuss as senators. You have the Constitutional Amendment Bill that touches on our welfare as senators. That's what we should be debating here, Mr. Speaker. We have serious issues touching on devolution that we should be debating. On this one, Mr. Speaker, I want you to reflect on the prayer that we said this afternoon before we commenced business. We started by saying, Almighty God, beseech us to behold. We can recite it, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I beseech you, let's have a moment and reflect. We also, Mr. Speaker, as our colleague, we want to be proud of you as our Speaker. We don't want people to start bashing lawyers. I'm a lawyer, a very proud one. I'm proud of my legal profession, Mr. Speaker. And I want you to uphold the integrity of the legal profession. Let us agree, Mr. Speaker, that now that this ruling is before you, Mr. Speaker, do the right thing, this hour, this moment. So that when you retreat, Mr. Speaker, tonight, in your memos, you will write that on this particular day, you did the right thing, Mr. Speaker. And you are an independent office holder, Mr. Speaker. You should not listen to any voices, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, as I sit down with a heavy heart.
I want to get you correctly, because
yes,
you're doing very well so far. Are you saying that if I make the communication today, that is the only right thing I'll have done for the time I've sat here as the chair?
It can
Is
never,
that your submission?
it can never be, Mr. Speaker. But on this one, Mr. Speaker, because it's pulling us back, it's holding us back, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I began by saying that I'm speaking as your colleague, Mr. Speaker. Do the right thing. Majority Leader, Senator Cheriot, there are serious issues that can, so that we make progress, Mr. Speaker, you can even, I'm not directing you, Mr. Speaker, you have many options. You can even step down from the chair, write the communication, come and make it, and we make progress, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, we are going to look so bad out there, Mr. Speaker, as a Senate, and that is not in the best interest of this House. I beseech you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mogeni, do you want to be informed?
Who is informing me?
Senator Fak.
Oh, that's my colleague, a lawyer. I welcome his information. And next time, Senator Cheragei, you are locked up, I will not come to remove you. Now that you are...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to inform the House and Senator Mogeni that the Senate was the subject of an editorial this morning by the Nation newspapers. So if you think that some of us think that this matter is trivial, look at the editorial of the Nation newspapers today. Thank you. Daily Nation.
And Mr. Speaker, because I don't want to leave everything to chance, Mr. Speaker, I have before me the decision of the Tribunal in complaint number E003 of 2023, Fatuma Adandulo versus Azimio la Umoja Coalition against Stuart Mazayo as interested party, Ledama Olekina as second interested party, and the Speaker of the Senate as a third interested party. Mr. Speaker, at page 18, which deals with the appropriate orders, it says, and I wish to read with your permission, Mr. Speaker, that having found that the tribunal lacks jurisdiction, it follows that delving into the question of the second complainant's representation will be an exercise in futility. That leaves no option but to down our tools and have the complaint struck off. So, Mr. Speaker, as you speak, the complaint that was the subject of the injunction that was served upon your office has now been dismissed and vacated. This order is certified as a true copy of the original by the political parties dispute tribunal. Mr. Speaker, I beg to table before the House a copy of the said ruling, and I so do.
What is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I should conclude, then you can contribute.
Senator Mogeni, kindly proceed to conclude.
Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, now that you have already given your ruling, that once you are served with that order, you will proceed expeditiously and make your communication. We have done what was required of us. Senator Cheragei said the burden was on our side. We have discharged that burden. Mr. Speaker, now the burden shifts to your office, and we beseech you now to also discharge your burden and bring to an end this matter so that we can conduct the business of the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Aaron.
You know, Mr. Speaker, like I've always said in this matter, I don't have a dog in this fight. And I'm least interested in the decisions of the minority side. I have told you that I only have one simple request to you, that you protect and safeguard the time of this House. It cannot be that every afternoon we gather here, we spend 30 minutes to an hour arguing over a very simple matter, Mr. Speaker. That's my only request. Mr. Speaker, what the minority, I like the direction that Senator Mogeni is taking, but what the minority leader was inviting you to do earlier, that was akin to turning this House into a circus. How can you as a Speaker rule on the basis that there is a communication that has been issued somewhere, and you have said clearly that you have not heard of it, you have not seen it, and therefore you ask them that the minute they bring it to your attention, you will do the needful. Mr. Speaker, since then Senator Mogeni has gone ahead and produced and given you the purported orders. I am sure, Mr. Speaker, there is a process through which you will conclude this matter in a very fair and simple matter. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, do you want to tell me that every now and then I can just purport you or ambush you?
Senator Sifuna, you've been doing very well, but you're getting
You will have your time. He will have his time.
Senator Sifuna, kindly let Senator Aaron be heard in silence.
Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, if it has been presented to you, and Senator Mogeni, Senator Madzayo, you have been in this house long enough. Please quote for me an instance where anybody has come and tabled anything before the Speaker and has told the Speaker, please go ahead and read it as is. Honestly, even if it is a ruling and he's supposed to make this afternoon, surely there's something that he sits down, types, and gives out a communication. So what do you want him to rule about? Mr. Speaker, please safeguard the time of this house.
Senator,
if you made a ruling.
Order, senators. You interrupt Senator Aaron, and I throw you out. The chair knows exactly what he's doing. I had made a ruling, and thank God Senator Mogeni, in obedience to that ruling, has tabled a ruling. Let's take it up from there.
Yes.
A shouting match won't take us anywhere. Whether he's going back or going forward, it is up to the chair to rule whether he's out of order or he's not out of order. Kindly, do you want to be informed by Senator
By
Enoch?
who, Mr. Speaker?
Senator Enoch.
No, Senator Enoch of the
Okay.
previous Senate would have
Proceed.
informed me, but since he teamed up in Azimio, I don't like his thinking anymore.
So
He's
proceed
not
to
as clear
conclude
as he
your
used to
thoughts.
be, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Anyway, finally, Mr. Speaker, my humble request, please issue a ruling and let the matter rest. There is a bad precedent that is being set in this house. And even on my side, I will never encourage it. The minute you issue a ruling, whether I agree with you or I do not agree with you, you are the final authority of the house. Once you've given a direction, I will live by it. In the past, now, and in the future. I give you my assurance, Mr. Speaker. That is a tradition of the house which I don't want you to violate, Mr. Speaker. Please stick by it.
Senator Boni, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to note that the Senator for Nyamira has tabled the ruling. And Mr. Speaker, on my point of order, I want to draw your attention to the traditions and practices and customs of this House. When a document is tabled, the Speaker takes time while on the chair, looks at the report while on the chair, and if the document is admissible, the Speaker then informs the House that it is admissible. Mr. Speaker, if indeed you have looked at it and it is admissible, then it will mean that we are now aware that a decision has been made. And if that is the case, Mr. Speaker, what is the big deal? Go ahead and make your ruling so that we can proceed with the business of this House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the only thing that I would request you include in your ruling on this very straightforward issue are the 2 points that were raised in further points of order when the matter was brought up. The first one was raised by the Senator of Makueni, who told you, Mr. Speaker, that the principle of sub judice applies as much to this House when a matter is active in court as it applies to the court when a matter is active here. You need to give that clarity so that no other senator will go into a misadventure of carrying a matter which is here and taking it to court. That standard should be high and should remain there. And then the second thing, Mr. Speaker, which came out of the subsidiary points of order, is whether a tribunal could inject Parliament. You also need to be very clear so that in future, when this comes back again, we don't waste time if a tribunal will have attempted to inject Parliament. To me, if you answer these 2 points of order, there is nothing completely which you would lose having confirmed that the document is authentic, if you rule now and business proceeds.
Senator Cheptumo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, until the time Senator Omogeni tabled the order, I was at a loss, Mr. Speaker, whether we were debating your ruling, which you had given earlier. But, Mr. Speaker, because now an order has been presented to you, I have the following to say, Mr. Speaker. This is a house of record. It's a house of procedure. Mr. Speaker, I have been in this house all the time when this issue was being debated. And I never saw a time, Mr. Speaker, when you were not willing to give your communication on this matter. What was delaying, Mr. Speaker, your communication was the decision of the court, of the tribunal. Even today, Mr. Speaker, in the afternoon, when you were making a ruling, you still said you were willing, ready, and able to give communication. But you could not do so because it was agreed, even at that time, with the minority side, that we wait until the orders are given. Mr. Speaker, now that the order has been given, Mr. Speaker, I want to raise a fundamental issue here. What is the mode of service anticipated in law? Just a moment. I have the floor, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you are an advocate of the High Court. And Mr. Speaker, once the order is served procedurally, Mr. Speaker, it will now be your business to look at the order and issue your ruling. Mr. Speaker, the other side have spoken that we look bad before the public. It is true. But don't we also look bad, Mr. Speaker, if we also execute the orders you want to give us in a very haphazard manner? I think, Mr. Speaker, I said before in this house, this is the house of national leaders, irrespective of the party and the coalition to which we come from. Mr. Speaker, the much we want you to be fair in listening to the other side and us. Mr. Speaker, even the manner in which you make your ruling is equally important for the public. Mr. Speaker, I want to disagree with my senior Kalwale here, that you can go ahead now and give your ruling. Mr. Speaker, I submit that it is for you, Mr. Speaker, having received the order given to you by the Senator Omogeni, to verify now. Take your time. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is another day. Tomorrow is another day. I'm submitting, you will make a decision as the chair of the House. Mr. Speaker, preserve again the image of this House, Mr. Speaker, by following the procedure and give us a ruling at your own time when you think you need to do it, because, Mr. Speaker, you have been instructed before. Now you have the head of the tribunal. Mr. Speaker, I submit that let us now move forward.
Kindly wind up your thoughts.
Mr. Speaker, I think I have finished. I just want to tell you, don't be coerced by any member to give a ruling today.
Senator Chute.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Ningependa kuuliza kwanza Bwana Spika, wakati order ilikuja kwa Spika kwako, hiyo order ilisimamisha hii bunge kufanya kazi yake. Na leo ningependa kujua kesho mtu mwingine akienda kuleta order aseme hii bunge Senate isifanye kazi, isidebate kitu yoyote, kweli tutakaa hapo tusidebate mambo yote? Bwana Spika, unisaidie hao watu wasinili. Bwana Spika,
Honorable Minority Leader, Honorable Minority Leader, Senator Sifuna again, and Senator Ledama. Kindly. Let the senator be heard in silence. Proceed, Senator Chuti.
Bwana Spika, wakati hii tatizo ilitokea, nilienda kuona kama senator mzee na senator ambaye amekuwa kwa biashara muda mrefu. Nilitembelea majority leader wetu na minority leader wetu. Nikaongea na hawa, nikasema hii nchi inahitaji sisi tufanye kazi. Tumetumwa hapa kufanya kazi. Nikaambia hawa wakae, waongee, tuone kama tunaweza kumaliza hii tatizo. Bwana Spika, nakumbuka nimeingia hata ofisi yako kuomba kama hii tatizo inaweza tatuliwa. Sababu gani nimesema hivyo? Hii nchi tuko na vitu nyingi sana ya kuongea hapa. Kama mtu ametoka chama yake mahali alikuwa akaenda mahali pengine, na Bwana Spika nisaidie.
Honorable Senators, Senator Sifuna, you're overstretching the chair's patience. Kindly. Proceed.
Bwana Spika, kama hujalazimishwa, umetoka mahali ulikuwa kwa upendo yako ukatangazia Kenya mzima wewe umehama, ile kiti ulikuwa nakalia, waachia watu wengine wakalie wafanye mambo yao. Bwana Spika, ile siku tumepoteza hapa, Bwana Spika, ile masiku tumepoteza hapa, hiyo ni vitu ambaye haingefaa kuwa katika Senate. Senate hapana ile nyumba kidogo watu wanaenda kuongea vitu ya watoto. Hii ni Senate, ni upper house. Bwana Spika, mimi nakuomba kwa niaba ya Kenyans, hii maneno inaendelea saa hii, dunia yote inaangalia, wanashangaa.
Senator Kinyua, the senator is on a point of order. So kindly yield, let him wind up his point of order. Proceed.
Bwana Spika, sisi ni watu wazima. Saa zingine tunakaa kama tunabishana kwa kitu ambaye hatungefaa kubishana. Ningependa Bwana Spika, leo sio kesho, ikiwezekana hata saa hii, hii tatizo, hii maneno inalete kitu hapa kwetu. Sisi wengine tumechoka. Tunakuja hapa, mimi niko na motion ya stima, bei ya stima Kenya mzima. Watu Kenyans leo, wananchi wameshindwa, Bwana Spika, wananchi wameshindwa kuweza kulipa stima. Hiyo motion mandugu zetu hawako. Sasa wiki mbili nafuata hiyo motion. Hatuwezi kuendelea hivyo Bwana Spika. Tafadhali sana Bwana Spika, na kuomba kwa niaba ya Kenyans, kwa niaba ya watu ya nchi hii, na kuomba leo uko na uwezo, wewe usipendelee pande yoyote. Wewe ni referee, wewe unaamua haki. Ukitaka kuamua haki utaamua na hakuna mtu atakulaumu. Ongea hii maneno, mtu anakuambia kesho, usifuate mambo ya kesho, maliza leo, sisi tuendelee na kazi yetu. Shukran sana Bwana Spika.
Senator Gloria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am one of the senators who's so fatigued. Mr. Speaker, we are being pulled into ODM business. And I'm so fatigued. Week in, week out, I am coming to the House hoping we are going to discuss matters, bleeding matters, free sanitary towels. Every time I come here, Mr. Speaker, somehow we have been drawn in to ODM shenanigans, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me just say this, and protect me, Mr. Speaker,
Order,
protect me.
Senators, order.
Protect me, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Senator Oroba. Senator Gloria. Senator Gloria. This is an honorable house.
I withdraw the word shenanigans.
Proceed.
I will proceed.
It's withdrawn. Proceed.
Week in, week out, week in, week out, we are subjected to matters that are party affairs, Mr. Speaker. And even, Mr. Speaker, let me just, because I know their electorates are watching, let me just put this out. Kenyans don't care who's the minority whip, who's the majority whip, they don't care. We don't care. When I come to the floor of the House, the only thing I care is that there's a speaker, that we have quorum so that we can debate free sanitary towels. Mr. Speaker, every other time we have come here, every time, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. I do not want to be informed,
Senator
Mr.
Gloria.
Speaker. I don't want to be informed.
Senator Crystal wants to
I do not want to be informed, Mr. Speaker.
Can you wind up your thoughts?
I don't want to be informed. Mr. Speaker, protect me so that I deliver my message quickly and swiftly, because I'm talking about time wastage, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Gloria, so you know, the position of the minority leader, the position of the majority leader, and all other House leadership are extremely crucial for the better running of this House. This House cannot run without those positions.
Accepted, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, accepted, and I am saying they are crucial to the extent that if they are paralyzing the business of the House, Mr. Speaker, they cease to be crucial. And Mr. Speaker, let me say this, while now we are discussing who is the minority leader or the majority leader of Azimio or ODM, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask you, Mr. Speaker, consider some of us who have no business with these positions. We have no business on who is going to sit. Today it is Senator Kajwang who's sitting there. Has that affected whether I am debating or I'm not debating? It has not, Mr. Speaker. So at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I'm just saying, these are the same senators who have been walking out of this House, ensuring that there's no quorum for 2 weeks. Voting, they've been walking out, ensuring and trying to paralyze the business of the House, yet they want the same House to now come and institutionalize whatever business is happening in their party. Mr. Speaker, it is very simple. Whether it is Azimio, whether it is ODM, whether it is whatever, for us when you come to the Senate, Mr. Speaker, all we ask for is that we debate issues that actually affect Kenyans out there. Mr. Speaker, I beg you and I urge you, for 4.5 weeks almost, I have been waiting for my motion to be debated. And Mr. Speaker, while I wait...
Senator Crystal,
I don't
Speaker
want to
Gloria
be informed.
has indicated that
Honestly, I do not want to be informed.
She has enough information.
I have enough information, Mr. Speaker. I have enough information about the matter. I have enough information about what is going on. I have been very absent in this House every day in and out, and I am very much informed. Mr. Speaker, this is my position, and I would like to say so that Kenyans can understand. These same senators sitting across here from Azimio have literally for 3 weeks paralyzed and absconded coming to the House. So they cannot then come, Mr. Speaker, and start saying, we have tabled this, do that, on what moral authority do they have? Mr. Speaker, kindly, let me conclude,
Can
Mr.
you wind
Speaker.
up?
Let me wind up. I want to say this. The Senate has been captured by mediocrity, Mr. Speaker. It has been captured by the mediocrity from the Azimio senators. And Mr. Speaker, the same way the president has liberated both Mount Kenya and Rift Valley from this mediocrity, we are begging, Mr. Speaker, that we are liberated from this mediocrity. It's 2023. It is not Maendeleo in the Senate, Mr. Speaker. It is not Maendeleo. Kindly save us from
Gloria.
this. I am done with my submissions. Thank you.
Have your seat. I have been struggling for the last 5 minutes to capture your point of order. All I've had is a lecture, and I've not seen any point of order. Senator Onyonka.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to today actually, without transgressing on the rules of the House, yes, be on this point of order, because I think because of my institutional memory, I would like some of my friends to carefully listen to me. I've been in this House for not less than 18 years. Mr. Speaker, I'm at the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I started my politics with you. You remember when Speaker Marende, that time when we had won the Speaker's position with 1 vote. And I'm proud that I'm the one who gave that vote. There were certain wonderful, incredible decisions that Marende made. And some of the very bad decisions he made, Mr. Speaker, they include one of the fact that we in the opposition were busy clapping and clamoring on how we are happy. That in fact, the committees that are supposed to be the oversight committees should actually never be allowed to be with the opposition. How we wish that that ruling had given us that, so that by today you would find all the oversight committees being held by the minority to check and to oversight the majority. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, without being personal about this, and I totally understand because sometimes experience and time enable somebody who's in this House to even say some things which surprise many. We are not handling shenanigans in making the argument about why it was necessary or not necessary for this matter to go to the tribunal. The logic, and Mr. Speaker, the tribunal has been incredulous. They have said they have no jurisdiction over this matter. I would like to explain to my leaders in this House that this matter was so substantive, it was so critical, because what it meant is that somebody out there who's having a matter can come and stop us to debate and discuss that matter in this House if this ruling had been accepted. That is so fundamental for the maintenance and sustenance of this Senate. Mr. Speaker, the second issue I would like to tell my colleagues in this House, we may be the people who are going to fight and make noise at each other, but I would love, Mr. Speaker, that we hold our disagreements with decorum and sincerity and respect, so that when everything else fails, we can be the people who can be the line of defense, the last line of defense for our country. This country is polarized. Our country needs deep thinkers. Our country needs philosophers to help us maneuver where we are right now. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would want to reiterate what Honorable Chute has said. It is not trivial. This matter has been rested now, and I would like to plead with my colleagues, can we please carry ourselves with dignity, respect each other, and be able to listen to each other? Because if the National Assembly blows up and the executive blows up, I would pray that many of you members in this House who are in the Senate, you are, according to me, and nothing changes, you are actually the upper house. Please protect our country in this House. Let us not trivialize our disagreements. Let's be a little bit philosophical, and let us be much more deeper in the way we look at the challenges we have
for our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wafula.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Ninapoona wenzangu wa mrengo wa Azimio kwa wiki 3-4 hivi wakija wanasujudu na kutoka, wakifuata yale ambayo wanaamini ni yao, inanikumbusha falsafa ya fisi, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwamba fisi hakati tamaa, hachoki hadi atakapopata. Na naona wametulia kwa sababu wakikutazama uso wako wanajua wamepata kile wanachotaka. Lakini marehemu Amalo wa kijana alisema, iwapo tunataka kuwa viongozi, lazima wakati mmoja ukubali kwamba unaweza kubali watu wapande kwa mabega yako waafiki malengo ya taifa. Japo mtapata kile mnataka, wakati unaokuja tafadhali weka Kenya kwanza, alafu viti vyenu vya kibinafsi vije baadaye. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator, yeah, all these are points of order, Senator Faki, so we will dispense with them according to how they've been queued here. Senator Kinyua.
Bwana Spika, ninasumbuka kwa sababu tayari wewe ulikuwa umefanya uamuzi kwa jambo hili. Jambo ambalo mswada ama karatasi iliyoletwa hapa na ndugu yangu mwanasheria Senator Wamugeni, Bwana Spika, hayo ndio mambo ambayo anakuambia ufanye uamuzi. Bwana Spika, wewe mwenyewe unajua ni wakati gani utafanya uamuzi, ni mambo magani utaangalia uweze kufanya uamuzi. Bwana Spika, hakuna mtu yoyote katika jumba hili anaweza kukushurutisha, kukuamrisha ama kukuambia chochote, kwa sababu wewe ndio una uwezo na una ujuzi wa kufanya ile kazi, Bwana Spika. Na kwa sababu Bwana Spika, tayari ulikuwa umefanya uamuzi na umeletewa barua ambayo wewe haujui imetoka wapi, lakini imesemekana tayari imeletwa siku ya leo, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, wewe unapaswa kufanya uamuzi bila kuamrishwa na mtu yote. Lakini Bwana Spika, mimi kwangu nimekaa hapa, ninaona kana kwamba vile ambavyo Spika unaviongoza hii nyumba, kidogo mimi nina tashwishwi. Kwa sababu watu wanapoongea, nimemwona Senator wa Nairobi akifanya vile ambavyo inakubalika kisheria. Nikaona leo Senator wa kutoka Narok amekuwa mtulivu, Bwana Spika. Lakini na Senator Wambua amekuwa tulivu, Bwana Spika. Lakini mtu yoyote, kwa sababu ukitembea katika bunge zingine za duniani, ukienda kama ni South Africa, Afrika Kusini, uende Australia, uende Uingereza, si mambo ya kuongea katika bunge, watu wakubaliwa waongee, Bwana Spika. Lakini mtu akiongea kidogo, Bwana Spika, unamwambia utamfukuza. Bwana Spika, mimi na uoga kidogo, Bwana Spika, kwa sababu tumetembelea nchi zingine, Bwana Spika. Tumetembelea nchi zingine na tukaona vile ambavyo wanajadili. Kwanza nchi zile ambazo sisi wenyewe tumeziga, Bwana Spika. Na tunapojadili, Bwana Spika, tunakubaliwa mtu hata wakati mwingine kwa sababu ya ile jadhiba inakupanda, unapaswa kusema jambo ambalo unapaswa kusema. Lakini Bwana Spika, ikiwa utakuwa ni wa kutuogofya, kutustua, Bwana Spika, mijadala yetu itakuwa inachechemea, kwa sababu ukiangalia, Bwana Spika. Lakini Bwana Spika, ninakuomba wewe mwenyewe uamuzi ule ulikuwa umetoa, usimame na huo uamuzi, kwa sababu tumekaa wiki 3, Bwana Spika, bila hawa ndugu zangu wa upinzani. Hata wiki ya 4, Bwana Spika, ni sawa. Hata ya 5, Bwana Spika, ni sawa. Lakini wangoje wewe ufanye uamuzi wakati utakapotaka, kulingana na kanuni zetu za bunge hii. Bwana Spika, nashukuru.
Senator Mwinyi.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna msemo wa Kiswahili unaosema nyani haoni umbile. Haoni umbile, yani nyani haoni umbo lake. Ningetumia lugha nyingine lakini sio lugha ya kistaarabu. kusema swala hilo ni kuwa
Order, senators. Senator Faki is on a point of order, so you cannot again rise on a point of order.
Well, Mheshimiwa Spika anasema kwamba tumesikia kauli zilizotolewa na maseneta kadha kadha akiwamo Seneta Uroba ambaye anatoka hivi sasa. Na itakumbuka kwamba wiki 3 zilizopita Seneta Uroba alikuwa hapa bungeni
Senator Cherangei.
Alikuwa hapa bungeni wakati
order please.
Ameingia katika ada zake. Na sisi kama maseneta, Mheshimiwa Spika, tuliheshimu na tukamvumulia kwa ile hali aliyokuwa nayo. Leo ni masikitiko, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwamba Seneta Uroba anaweza kusimama katika bunge hili akakemea haki ya maseneta wa upinzani kudai haki zao. Mheshimiwa Spika, mambo yamezungumzwa mengi Mheshimiwa Spika, na nimesikia pia kiongozi wa wengi akisema kwamba tunaharibu wakati wa bunge hili. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, haki ni haki. Haiwezekani kwamba haki zetu sisi zikataliwe katika bunge ambalo tumechaguliwa kuwakilisha watu wetu. Ikiwa sisi kama maseneta haki zetu zinakataliwa, je, wale ambao tunawakilisha itakuwa namna gani? Mheshimiwa Spika, ruling imeletwa mbele yako, na sasa nataka kukabidhi order ambayo imetolewa kuambatana na ruling hili ya court. Mheshimiwa Spika, niruhusu Mheshimiwa Spika.
Honorable senators, kindly let us not disrupt any processes.
Mheshimiwa Spika, nashangaa wakili kama Cherargei ambaye nimemfundisha mwenyewe hapa bungeni anatoaibisha, hajui kutofautisha.
Senator Faki,
yes.
Kindly wind up your thoughts on
Yes,
the point
yes.
of order, please.
Ndio namaliza Mheshimiwa Spika. Kuna tofauti ya hukumu, kuna tofauti ya ruling ambayo ni hukumu ambayo tribunal imetoa na amri ile ambayo imetolewa kutokuambatana na hiyo hukumu. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeweza kukabidhi karatasi zote, zile stakabadhi zote ambazo Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeweza kukabidhi stakabadhi zote ambazo ni muhimu kuhusiana na swala hili. Tumetoa hukumu ambayo imesomwa jana na tumetoa amri ambayo imeambatana na hukumu hiyo. Kwa hivyo iliyobakia sasa ni wewe utoe uamuzi wako. Na singependa, kwa sababu kuna ndugu zetu wengine wametoka Mandera, Mheshimiwa Chute, wanakuja kufanya kazi hapa. Kwa hivyo tunaomba Mheshimiwa Spika uamuzi ukamilike.
Cherangei, you're out of order and I'm cautioning you. You proceed, you see the door.
Mheshimiwa Spika, namaliza. Tungeomba kwamba swala hili tuweze kulimaliza haraka ili tuone kwamba tunarejelea shughuli zetu za kawaida kama bunge la Seneti ya Jamhuri ya Kenya. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Nyutu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to the current debate. Mr. Speaker, sitting listening to my colleague senators, the frustration expressed by Senator Chute, the frustration expressed by Senator Gloria Oroba, Mr. Speaker, that for about 4 weeks we have not been able to conduct the business of this House in the way we should have been able to because of this matter of leadership on the minority side, Mr. Speaker. These are very valid concerns. Mr. Speaker, listening to you delivering your ruling, I do not think I heard you say that you are not going to rule in the favor of the minority side. I think the bone of contention, Mr. Speaker, is that you have not received communication from the tribunal in the way and form you should receive it. And so, Mr. Speaker, through you, I stand to urge our colleagues on the other side to exercise some patience, Mr. Speaker. Because I think it's just a matter of time, and if the documents they have tabled are authentic, that you're also going to receive your documents, Mr. Speaker, from the same offices. And so in the interest of Kenyans whom we are here to serve, Mr. Speaker, I would want to beseech our colleagues to just maybe give you a day or two so that in the meantime, we may continue dispensing the business of this House. Because, Mr. Speaker, some matters sometimes call for a middle ground. Sometimes I think we should not be like, we want to see which side wins against which side, Mr. Speaker. And so I want to rest my case there, as again, I request our colleagues on the other side to exercise some patience and give you a day or two, Mr. Speaker, so that we can continue. In the meantime, you can continue with the business of this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that is my submission.
Honorable Senators, can I have your attention, Honorable Senators? I've given a lot of room for quite a number of senators to prosecute their points of order. But it seems there's nothing new we expect, even if I'm to allow all of you to communicate. It's all surround one thing. Now, when the minority leader stood on a point of order, I made a ruling to the effect that the only way we can be persuaded by the submissions of the minority leader is when a ruling is tabled or an order is tabled. I made that ruling. Pursuant to that ruling, two senators rising on a point of order, one tabled the ruling, the other tabled the order in compliance with the ruling of the chair. That is commendable. Honorable Senators, this matter must be laid to rest. I will therefore seek your indulgence for not more than half an hour. I will allow a member of the Speaker's panel to take this chair as I retire to my office to do my communication and then move back here on the floor of the House, resume the chair, and deliver my communication. So, Honorable Haji.
Usirudi. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. It's deferred, isn't it?
Next order.
Order number 7, statements.
Senator Osotsi.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to make a statement on the issue of general topic of concern and this is on the demise of Mr. Francis Wangusi, MBS, the former Director General of the Kenya Communication Authority of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 52-1 to make a statement on the issue of general topical concern and national importance, namely the demise of Mr. Francis Wangusi, MBS, the former Director General of the Communication Authority of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is with deep sadness that I rise to mourn the death of Mr. Wangusi on the 7th of May 2023 in Nairobi Hospital. Mr. Wangusi was a man of many talents, but perhaps his greatest gift was his ability to connect with people from all walks of life. He was an exceptional leader in the ICT and telecommunication industry. His contribution to the development of the sector in Kenya, Africa, and globally at large cannot be overstated, Mr. Speaker. Francis Wangusi began his career in the telecommunication industry in 1988 when he joined the then Kenya Post and Telecommunication Corporation as an assistant engineer. He rose through the ranks to become the head of transmission department before being appointed the Director of Licensing and Compliance at the newly formed Communication Authority of Kenya in the year 2000. Mr. Speaker, in 2012, Francis Wangusi was appointed as the Director General of the Communication Authority of Kenya, a position he held until his retirement in 2019. During his tenure, he played a crucial role in transforming not just the IT sector, but the telecommunication sector, overseeing the liberalization of the sector and the introduction of competition, which gave birth to Safaricom, Airtel, and the others, which led to increased investments, innovation, things like M-Pesa and others, and expansion of telecommunication services in this country. Francis Wangusi was a visionary leader who believed that access to information and communication technology was essential for socio-economic development. He worked tirelessly to ensure that the Kenya telecommunication sector was at the forefront of innovation and development, and his efforts did not go unnoticed. Under his leadership, Mr. Speaker, the country made significant strides in expanding access to affordable, reliable, and meaningful communication services, which had a positive impact on the lives of millions of Kenyans and Africans. Mr. Wangusi was a strong advocate of development of information and communication technology infrastructure as the former Director General of the Communication Authority of Kenya. Francis played a vital role in the transition from analog to digital television broadcasting, making Kenya one of the first African countries to embrace this new frontier and opening up the broadcast industry in profound ways. He was also instrumental in the rollout of the 4G mobile technology in Kenya, which revolutionized how Kenyans access and use the internet. Mr. Speaker, beyond his professional accomplishment, Francis was a man of great character. He was a kind, humble, and generous person who touched the lives of everyone he met. He was a mentor to many and a friend to all. His infectious smile, positive attitude, and unwavering dedication to his work and community inspired many. He was a man of integrity who lived his life with honesty, humility, and dedication and inspired others to do the same. Mr. Speaker, as we mourn the loss of Francis Wangusi, let us also celebrate the many ways in which he touched our lives. He was a true champion for the people of Kenya and a beacon of hope for Africa in matters telecommunication. His legacy will live on through the countless individuals whose lives he touched and the impact he made on telecommunication industry in Kenya and beyond. As I wind up, Mr. Speaker, may Francis rest in peace. He will be deeply missed, but he will never be forgotten because of his contribution to the ICT and telecommunication sector. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I made this statement because this is a man I've known for long. As a practitioner in the ICT sector, I had to make this statement because many people outside there who are in this industry have given tribute to this great leader who happens to come from Bungoma, where my colleague, Senator Wakoli, comes from. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand here today a very sad man. And I have to say that I've actually been caught by a shock because I didn't know that my good friend, Wangusi, had passed on. This is a man whom I had tremendous respect for because of his agility and dedication to servicing this country. Mr. Speaker, I'll remember Mr. Wangusi as a man who stood firm and fought every attempt by the government to try and take over the Communication Authority. Mr. Speaker, the fights that Mr. Wangusi fought, including challenging telecommunication companies like Safaricom, the fight that he fought when we were introducing the digital broadcast with the media houses is something that will never be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, as tears all through my eyes because of this sad moment, I just want to remind us here that anytime we serve here, we have to ask ourselves what will become of us the moment we leave this prestigious position that we serve. Mr. Speaker, I remember an appeal which was made by the family of the late Communication General, Mr. Wangusi, when his blood levels had gone down when he was fighting cancer and admitted at Nairobi Hospital. He was one of the most renowned scientists in this country. But after he served this country, you know, he disappeared into oblivious. We forgot him, and I think this is the time that we must remember him as we pay tribute and thank him for the service that he did or he gave to this country. I want to thank the distinguished senator from Vihiga, the chair of CPIC, Senator Tsotsi, for bringing that statement. And sometimes we think we know everything. Sometimes we think we're in the know and we read a lot. But I don't know how this one missed me. I want to tell the family that I'll be mourning with you because that man personally touched my life, personally. And I will remember him for the good work and his contribution in the telecommunication industry in this country. There are few, of course, controversy during his tenure, but I think they teach us a lot. You know, there are times when people were up in arms about gadgets which are out there to monitor communication between different people. But I think if there's one thing that I'll remember the most about the late Wangusi is the fact that he went there to serve Kenyans. He didn't care what his board, the decision the board made, even after he was sent on compulsory leave for 4 months, but he came back. And he said, I will not retire. I will not go home until a substantive replacement has been brought to take over this organization. That is a kind of agility and dedication to service that all of us must always practice. So, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of myself and the people of the great county of Narok, I want to send my sincere condolences and prayers to the family of the late Mr. Wangusi, and I hope that the good Lord will be able to receive his spirit and also reward him for the time that he served this country. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Senator Wafula.
Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa nafasi hii tunapoomboleza mwenzetu Mheshimiwa Wangusi. Wangusi anatoka eneo bunge la Sirisia, ana makazi eneo bunge la Kimilili, na vile vile ana makazi eneo bunge la Kandui. Mheshimiwa Wangusi ukienda kule mashinani, wengi walikuwa wanamjua tu kama mzee Wangusi, kwa sababu alikuwa mpole, mzee mcheshi, hakuwa na maneno mengi ya kujigamba ama kutembea na maafisa wa polisi kuwatishia wananchi. Alikuwa kila mara mwaka unapoanza katika hafla za kitaifa, alikuwa anawaalika watu katika makazi yake na kula nao na kunywa nao. Na watu wetu husema kwamba yule ambaye mnakaa naye na kunywa naye, si kwamba hauna kile anachokupa, lakini mnafurahia gumzo ama mazungumzo ambayo amekuitia kwayo kwake nyumbani. Sasa sisi kama wakaaji wa kaunti ya Bungoma tumempoteza mchapakazi ambaye kwangu mimi namlinganisha na aliyekuwa kiongozi wa taasisi ya kusimamia kura IEBC, Mheshimiwa Chebukati, kwa sababu ni watu wapole, watu ambao si rahisi ujue wanafikiria nini. Mtu ambaye unafikiria unamtisha, kumbe anakuangalia na kucheka sana, anakuambia my friend, bado hujanijua. Na ndio kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Tsotsi amesema hapa kwa kina kwamba wakati huo walikuwa na mababe ama mafidhuli, wanabiashara ambao walikuwa wamejipanga kuteka nyara nchi hii kupitia teknolojia. Lakini Wangusi alisimama kidete. Aliwapa Wakenya nafasi ya kujiandaa kwa mfumo mpya wa mawasiliano. Ukiangalia vyombo vya habari ambavyo vimeenea nchini humo, ni kwa sababu ya uongozi wa Mheshimiwa Wangusi. Unapoangalia siasa zilizokuwepo za Safaricom na Airtel na Telecom, Mheshimiwa Wangusi alisimama kidete na akawaambia kila kiwanda, kila mwanabiashara lazima atii sheria na afiki malengo ya serikali. Na mpaka sasa vita hivyo vilitulia na kila mtu anatafuta shilingi yake kwa haki. Sasa sisi kama watu wa Bungoma tumempoteza shupavu, tumempoteza kiongozi. Na hili ninalosema ni kurai serikali kwamba iwapo na wafanyikazi wamekufanyia kazi kwa muda mrefu, wako na tajriba ya hali ya juu, si vyema kuwatelekeza, kuwarudisha mashinani, ili hali weledi wao, historia yao na kumbukumbu za kazi zinahitajika kwa vizazi vijavyo. Sasa kwa familia ambayo naijua kibinafsi, viongozi wa kaunti ya Bungoma, wananchi wa kaunti ya Bungoma, tunasema pole. Mungu hutwaa na Mungu hupeana, na mimi naamini tutakutana kule paradiso, mji wa asali na maziwa. Tutakumbuka umbali tumetoka, na Mungu anapoenda Wangusi tupe muda zaidi, tuishi Kenya hii, tunyoroshe mambo, ili tutapokutana na Wangusi tutasema it has been a good journey. Mungu atuneemeshe na tufikie hatima ya mapenzi yake. Kwa hayo mengi, Mheshimiwa Spika, nashukuru kwa nafasi hii.
Honorable Senators, I interrupt the proceedings to make a communication on visiting teachers and students from Miatheni Boys High School in Meru County. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon a visiting delegation from Miatheni Boys High School in Tigania West Constituency, Meru County. The delegation comprises 6 teachers and 117 students who are in the Senate for a one-day study visit. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. Thank you. Senator Kisang, you can continue with your contribution. Sorry, hold on, Senator Kisang. I didn't see the Senator of Meru, that's why I jumped the queue.
I'm married in Meru.
Okay, let's
so that's
allow
still-
Senator Tabitha to make a welcoming remark.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to welcome the students from Meru County, because Meru is also my home. That's where I'm married. I'm happy to see the good students that are here. Feel welcomed. This house is called the Upper House, that is the Senate. As you sit here, we are the senators. Your senator, your elected senator is called Senator Kathuri, Murungi Kathuri. He is the deputy speaker also of the Senate. We also have members of parliament who actually sit on the other side. And as I said yesterday to the students of Nairobi, because I'm nominated under Nairobi, I come from Ukambani and I'm just the face of, Kenya. Now, always what I like to share with you as you go back, we have two books that actually guide us. We have the standing orders. These are the in-house rules. The same way in school, you have rules and the regulations, the type of uniform that you're supposed to wear. We also have the Constitution. In Swahili, it's called Katiba. That is what governs us. That is where the rules and the laws are. We also have the head of the house, who's the speaker, the way you have the head teacher, who's your boss in that institution. So mine is to tell you to keep working hard, pull up your socks completely. You can also be in this house at any one time in future. Listen to your teachers, listen to your parents, and do your best, shine. God bless you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Most welcome. Senator Kisang, please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I was going to...
Sorry, Kisang. What is your point order, Senator of Homa Bay?
Mr. Speaker, I have observed that certain traditions of the House are being violated. It is our tradition to welcome visitors, and the visitors sit in the gallery as directed by the Speaker. But when members are contributing and welcoming the visitors, we tend to speak directly to them. The tradition of Parliament is that we address the chair, and any advice should be through the chair. And if we want to provide advice directly to the visitors, we can always retreat with them to the restaurant or outside. That is the correct tradition of Parliament, and I think if we don't discuss it, Mr. Speaker, then it shall become common practice. It happens in all other parliaments that we go to, that you do not speak directly to persons sitting at the gallery. I thought that that was important to sanitize proceedings of this House.
Thank you very much, Senator Kajwang. I guess all senators stand guided. Senator Kisang.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Also, I want to extend a warm welcome to the students from Meru on behalf of the Senator from Meru, Honourable Kathuri. We were together in National Assembly for 10 years and is our Deputy Speaker. Welcome and enjoy your stay here in Punge, in Parliament. And as you study, it is also important to tell you that, to reach this level, what is very important is discipline. So get disciplined, work hard in your studies, and you might find yourselves here in the future. Honourable Speaker, secondly, I want to take this opportunity on my own behalf, on behalf of Elgeyo-Marakwet County and the people of Kenya, to send my condolences to the family of Francis Wangusi, who was the Director General for CA, Communication Authority of Kenya, for over 10 years. 9 years, actually. I knew Wangusi as a close friend. We worked together for 10 years when I was in National Assembly as a member of ICT Committee and also as a chair of ICT Committee from 2017 to 2021 before we were fired. Honorable Speaker, Wangusi was a very smart scientist, and he was employed as a trainee in the former Kenya Post and Telecommunication Commission and rose from the ranks up to the Director General level, and he saw the sector moving from 1G, 2G, 3G, up to the current level where we are now talking about 5G, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Wangusi was quiet, he was humble, he was not corrupt. He actually, by the time he retired at the age of 60, he was still living in a corporation house. In fact, I saw there was an issue where Communication Authority almost forced him out of the house, but thank God, I think he went to God, and then he stayed in the house close to 6 months before he moved to his own house in Bogani Road in Karen. Honorable Speaker, Wangusi did a lot for this country. It's only that it's unfortunate sometimes those who work hard and they are not corrupt, they are not rewarded in the society. I hope the current system, the Kenya Kwanza, which I know, it's a very good government, they reward the loyal and hardworking citizens. They'll take care of Wangusi's children and reward, if possible, pick one of the child who has graduated and be employed, even if it is not Communication Authority of Kenya, but in the sector, because he contributed a lot. I remember 2018, 2019, we had an inquiry into the telecommunication subsector because there was a lot of monopoly. And we did an inquiry, Wangusi stood with us, and the telecommunication sector was compelled to use and share towers. That is why you saw the cost of communication came down, especially in 7 regions of our country where network was still very poor in the counties of Ishola and the northern counties of Kenya, including Turkana. And the 4 major telecommunication operators were forced to share towers. Our people can be rich. Honorable Speaker, may the Almighty Lord rest Wangusi's soul in eternal peace, give the family peace, strength, and acceptance during this difficult time. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Nyamu, your statement. Okay, if there's no statement. What's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at the order paper for today, and on order number 7, it says statements as listed in the appendix. But there's no appendix to the order paper that lists the statements, at least the one that I'm looking at electronically. And that's important, Mr. Speaker, so that it allows members to anticipate the business that will be before the House, and where you have an interest, you can prepare yourself to make a contribution. Mr. Speaker, would it be in order for the House to be guided on where that appendix is? And if it is not there, then perhaps we should not proceed with the statements, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kajwang, the appendix is on page 143 on the order paper. Page 143, number 3, statements.
Mr. Speaker, the electronic order paper that I'm looking at before me ends at page 144. And I think that's why I raised that concern. And if we don't address such small things, Mr. Speaker, it is possible one day that a speaker sitting on that chair will not be as civilized as you are, Mr. Speaker, will not be as disciplined as you are, and it would be very possible that business can be sneaked before the House, business that has not been processed by the House Business Committee. So maybe the clerks can amend that so that we can get up to page 146 in the electronic version of the order paper.
Thank you. What's your point of order, Senator Mandago?
Conduct of Senator Karen Nyamu, who approaches the seat of the chair without bowing. Mr. Speaker, I think it is becoming increasingly dangerous that the traditions of the House are being violated. And this has an impact on the image of the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I think it is imperative that all senators stick to the standing orders and to the rules of the House, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator, for bringing that to my attention. I think we'll move to the next statement by Senator Chair, Roads and Transport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to give a statement pursuant to Standing Order 56(1)(a) that provides that a chairperson of a committee may make a statement relating to legislative business before the committee. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to the above standing order, I wish to issue a statement, a status report on the consideration of a public petition regarding public transport in Lake Victoria between Mfangano Island in Suba Central Sub-County and Bita. The petition was presented before the Senate on 18th October 2022 by the Senator Moses Kajwang, MP Senator for Homa Bay County, on behalf of Mr. Daniel Rakoro and other residents. Mr. Speaker, sir, in accordance with Standing Order 238, the petition was subsequently referred to the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing for consideration and reporting back to this House as well as to the petitioners. The quoted standing order requires the committee within 60 days to respond to the petitioner by way of a report addressed to the petitioner and laid on the table of the Senate. Mr. Speaker, sir, upon committal of this petition to the committee adopted a work plan for consideration of the petition, and in accordance with this work plan, proceeded to meet with the petitioners on Tuesday, 8th November 2022. During the meeting, Mr. Speaker, the committee engaged the petitioners on the contents of the petition and the prayers that they sought to be addressed by the committee. Mr. Speaker, sir, among the prayers by the petitioners was that the committee visit the respective island to ascertain the suffering and the challenges experienced by the people. In this respect, the committee scheduled a visit to Homa Bay County from 9th and 10th March 2023. However, Mr. Speaker, the area senator, Senator Moses Kajwang, who is also a member of the committee, requested for a postponement of the visit to 17th and 18th of March 2023. The committee considered the request and granted it. The committee was then prepared to visit the county in a bid to conclude its consideration of the petition and table its report before this House. However, on the 14th March 2023, the committee was requested to postpone the scheduled visit to Homa Bay County. Mr. Speaker, sir, the reason given for this postponement were that on the date of the scheduled visit, there were reports of planned political demonstrations and protests expected in the county of Homa Bay. Subsequently, due to the uncertainty of the alleged planned demonstrations and protests in the area, the committee was forced to indefinitely postpone the visit. Mr. Speaker, sir, while the committee appreciates the importance of the input of the area senator, also being the senator who presented the petition on behalf of the residents of Homa Bay County, these regular postponements are now derailing the committee's efforts to conclude this matter in accordance with Standing Order 238 and for the benefit of the petitioners. Mr. Speaker, sir, despite the uncertainties surrounding the planned visit to Homa Bay County, I wish to report that the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing remains committed to concluding its consideration of this petition and will proceed to table its report before the Senate. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kajwang, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the statement by the chair of events relating to this petition that I presented to this House on behalf of the residents of Mfangano Island, the residents of Takawiri, the residents of Remba, and the residents of the other islands who have been disenfranchised since independence due to lack of a public ferry. Mr. Speaker, when I presented that petition, I believed that the Senate would be in a position to deliberate on the matter in a bipartisan manner that is shielded from the politics of the day that is going on outside this House. Mr. Speaker, the chair has noted that there have been 2 postponements. There was a scheduled visit last week and a scheduled visit that was to begin this Friday. Mr. Speaker, it is true indeed that having spoken with the County Commissioner of Homa Bay County, he indicated to me that he had received an application by Bunge la Wananchi in Homa Bay of a planned demonstration in line with the constitutional rights of Bunge la Wananchi this Friday. Mr. Speaker, the decision I had to make was whether to allow senators to be in Homa Bay in a convoy of 10+ black Land Cruisers and Prados on a day when I know there were going to be protests and demos. Mr. Speaker, it is my conviction that my request to the Roads Committee and to the chair of the Roads Committee was done in good faith, and it is not meant to defeat or to derail the activities of the committee. Mr. Speaker, I take exception on 2 things. One, I'm a member of the Roads Committee. Upon my request being put to the chair, we ought to have deliberated as a committee and made a resolution. Mr. Speaker, I've been a chair in this House for a long time. I don't think this is how we should be prosecuting the business of committees. We should deliberate as members of a committee, take a decision as members of a committee. If there's a postponement, because what I needed to do was just to make the request, and it was upon the members to make that consideration. Mr. Speaker, I take exception that this matter has found its way on the floor of the House without the committee having deliberated upon it. But I believe that, Mr. Speaker, I'm on a point of order. I believe that, Mr. Speaker, that ultimately what we are pursuing is justice for the residents of the islands. And even though the 60-day period has elapsed, Mr. Speaker, just last week we had a liaison committee meeting where we reflected as chairs on the inadequacy of the 60 days provided by the standing orders. And we agreed that it was important that going forward, we provide adequate time for consideration of these petitions. Mr. Speaker, I conclude by saying that I would like the distinguished senator for Kiambu to visit Homa Bay on a day when the political climate is not foul and is not poisoned. I would like my distinguished committee members in the Roads Committee to come to Homa Bay, to be able to appreciate the beauty, the potential, and to be able to sit down with the people of Homa Bay in a candid conversation that is aimed at addressing some of the social and economic injustices that they face. Mr. Speaker, probably when we go back to the Roads Committee, we will discuss as a committee, because the postponement is not indefinite. And I believe that we can find an appropriate day so that we can serve justice to the people of Mfangano. I have reached out to the petitioners, Mr. Speaker, and they are in agreement with me as their senator that this Friday and Saturday will not be the best day for the Senate to come and visit Homa Bay. So there is no malice, there is no intention to defeat, there is no intention to derail the activities of the committee, and I hope that the good chair and the senator for Kiambu, if we would have spent a few minutes before coming to the floor, we would not have given the impression that the senator for Homa Bay is out to derail the activities of the Roads Committee.
Before I take any point of orders, I would like the following senators to undo their button of intervention, because it seems to be perpetually hanging on the screen. Senator Manzo Daniel Kitonga, undo your button. No, it has been there for long. First undo it. Wamatinga Wahome, undo your button. Okay, these are new requests. So I'll take a point of order from Olekina Ledama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, petitions are ways where Kenyans can be able to get some form of justice. And this House pronounces itself through either motions, bills, or at least when we retreat in committees to interrogate, as per the Constitution, matters that are brought before us. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to both the Chair of Roads, and I've also listened to the Chair of PAC, Senator Moses Otieno Kajwang, who brought the petition on behalf of the petitioners. Mine is to beseech the Transport Committee, and also through your guidance. And I know that some of these issues are designed, or rather defined by our standing orders, setting a limited time of about 60 days. But this House last week passed a motion that had been time-barred because of various reasons. I think the reasons that have been given are reasons which are very valid. And I'd like to ask you, Mr. Speaker, even though this matter is expressly provided for in the standing order, in terms of the duration, where a petition should be investigated and a report tabled, I want to invite you, Mr. Speaker, to use your wisdom, apply standing order number 1 as well, and because of the prevailing circumstances, today, Mr. Speaker, what was happening in Kisumu, no one would want that to happen to themselves. And I think it was very wise and logical for the Senator of Homa Bay to try and postpone, because if the people of Homa Bay would have seen a huge convoy of about 6 or 7 or 10 SUVs, they would have actually gone after them. So I think it is wise, as we try to balance our standing orders, our rules of engagement, I would like to beseech and request you, Mr. Speaker, to maybe give some more time. If we could be able to do that for a matter which is expressly provided for in the Constitution, what about matters which are provided for in our standing order? So 60 days may be, because what I'm afraid of, Mr. Speaker, is that this matter will also find itself again back here, will spend more taxpayers' money if this matter is reintroduced afresh by the same petitioners. So I'd like to request that you find it within yourself to extend the time when the Roads Committee can be able to table the finding of the petition, have the chairperson engage with the sponsor of the petition, so that at the time when it is convenient, and a time when it will be peaceful on the road, for them to be able to visit that area, to visit Fangano Islands, and actually try to give justice to those people. So, Mr. Speaker, I know there's an issue of statute of limitation, the timelines, but if we can extend the budget policy statement decision, I think this other issue which is affecting Kenyans can also be extended. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Lelegwe, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was not intending to raise on a point of order, but when Senator Otieno Kajwang was giving his submissions or the response to the statement raised by the chair, I indicated that I wanted to inform him that this House is guided by the standing orders, the laws, and also the communications from the chair. And Honorable Speaker, when you gave this committee go ahead to deliberate on that petition, we had a limited time to look at that petition, and which the senator has requested more than twice to postpone this matter, and the committee was ready. The chair did the right thing to communicate to the House through Standing Order 56, and which is the report that is deliberated, the statement that was deliberated by the committee today. So the senator, maybe he was not able to attend the meeting, and in the agenda list of our deliberation as a committee today, this morning, this matter was discussed extensively, and a decision was reached that the chair communicates this decision by the committee so that the chair can give guidance, because time is of essence when we consider petitions to the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Boni Kalwale, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, it's very unfortunate. In the Senate Business Committee, we've been urging that statements that have overstayed in committees should be brought to the House. We never knew that the chair of transport was going through this kind of frustration. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the chair for being candid and disclosing, risking the possibility that he would be cited for attempting to discuss a senator without a substantive motion. Mr. Speaker, it is now clear that some Mr. Speaker, sir, it is now clear that some leaders in this country, in the hope that they'll walk the journey of adventure, will zone off this country. So that when you're going to certain parts of this country, you have this feeling that I'm away from Kenya or I'm away from home. Mr. Speaker, the senator of Homa Bay is not a security officer. If there were security challenges in that area, the security organs would have alerted Parliament and discouraged Parliament from sending the committee to that place. Mr. Speaker, I say this in all honesty. I personally, Mr. Speaker, was in Homa Bay to mourn with my younger brother when my former colleague Otieno Kajwang died. And my brother will know that when he brought this statement, I wrote on the statement because I know the importance of that petition. Mr. Speaker, I'm risking pointing a finger at my colleague, knowing that even as late as today, the Deputy Governor of Kisumu, the Honorable Matthew Owili, has assembled youth who have stormed a function chaired by, Mr. Speaker, I'm on a point of order. You will speak. I'm not discussing you. I'm not discussing Owili. I'm stating a fact. Take it easy. This pride of yours will take nowhere. Kenya is too big. Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Continue, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the head of the Communications Authority presiding over a World Bank Food Awareness Day, his function has been attacked by the Deputy Governor who pushed their youth so that it looks, and he was saying, we are preparing for Monday. They want to give the impression, Mr. Speaker, that that part of Kenya is not governable. It is a lie, and to suffer the consequences of this misadventure, this petition should be dismissed. We want to spend time carrying out serious business. And I want to appeal to leaders from this region that they should give the people of that region an opportunity to enjoy government services. Now you can speak.
Wait, I'll give an opportunity to everyone to speak. I think I have everybody has requested on a point of order, so let's hear on everybody. Senator Nderitu.
Bwana Spika, nashukuru kwa kunipa fursa, na mimi ni mwanakamati wa kamati ya usafiri na mawasiliano, Bwana Spika. Na ni vizuri, Bwana Spika,
Senators, can we please hear the Speaker to... Senators, order, senators. Senators, order. Senators. Senators, please take your seat. Senator Kajwang, please take your seat. Senators, please let us hear. Senators, Majority Whip. Majority Whip. Majority Whip. Majority Whip. Majority Whip. Senator Eddy. Senator Eddy. Senator Eddy and Majority Whip. I will give an opportunity to everyone to make their point of order. So please, let us hear Senator Nderitu so that he can finish. Senator Sifuna. Senator Kajwang, I'll give you. Senator Kajwang, I see you have made a request to make a point of order. I will give you an opportunity so that you can reply to him. So please let us allow Senator Nderitu to finish so that I can give other senators an opportunity to also make their point. Senator Nderitu, please.
Bwana Spika, ukisoma kitabu Bwana Spika, ni vizuri ijulikane ya kwamba viongozi ama mashujaa huchipuka wakati kuna janga, na wakati huu kuna janga. Bwana Spika, nilikuwa nikisema ya kwamba mimi ni mmoja wa kamati hii ya uchukuzi na mawasiliano. Bwana Spika, tulipata ujumbe kutoka kwa senator wa kutoka Homa Bay akisema ya kwamba dua lile ambalo lilikuwa limeombwa, na sisi tulikuwa tumejitayarisha kuendelea na haya maneno kwa sababu ya muda uliowekwa, lakini akatuambia kunaweza kuwa na mvutano, vurugu, na ni vizuri kwa sababu hakutaka tujipate katika hali ya sintofahamu wakati tutakapofika huko. Lakini Bwana Spika, tumekuwa kila wakati tukisema kwamba tutatembea pale, kunakuwa na sababu ambayo inatuzuia kufanya kazi yetu. Bwana Spika, hata ijapokuwa anasema kutakuwa na maandamano, Bwana Spika, na nataka kukubaliana na kiranja ya walio wengi ya kwamba seneta rafiki yangu Kajwang, yeye si afisa wa usalama, yeye hafanyi katika idara ile. Kwa hivyo na ijulikane wazi, hakuna seneta yoyote hawezi kuzuia kufanya kazi yake ya uangalizi na mtu yoyote. Na kumbuka ya kwamba Bwana Spika, seneti iliyopita waziri wa usalama Matiang'i alikuwa amesema ya kwamba hatutakwenda Laikipia kwa sababu kuna hali ya kutokuwa na usalama na hatupaswi kwenda huko. Lakini Bwana Spika, tukasema liwalo na liwe, na mkumbuka, nataka kumpongeza seneta Wetangula. Alisema ya kwamba seneta hawezi zuiwa kufanya kazi yake, hata kwenda kuangalia zile sehemu ambazo zina shida ni kazi yake. Bwana Kajwang, mimi nilitaka twende huko Mbita, Mfangano, tuone kama maandamano yamefanywa kama vile ambavyo ungelivyotaka. Hiyo ni kazi yetu Bwana Spika, kwa sababu tunataka kwenda kufanya kazi yetu na hatuwezi tukazuiwa. Na Bwana Spika, nataka kumpongeza mwenyekiti kwa sababu kama hatungelifanya hiyo kazi yetu na muda unaendelea kuyoyoma, tungekuja sisi kama kamati kukemewa na kukejeliwa ya kwamba tufanye kazi yetu. Mwenyekiti wetu alikuja kusema ya kwamba muda uliotupa Bwana Spika, kwa sababu ulituambia tuna siku 60 na muda unaendelea kuyoyoma Bwana Spika, hatuwezi kaa kitako alafu baada tunapokuja hapa katika seneti hii kuzomewa. Hapo ndio wakati nasema ya kwamba seneta alituambia kungekuwa na mvurugu na mvurutano, kwa sababu yeye alituambia katika mtandao wa kamiti yetu. Kwa hivyo vile mwenyekiti alikuwa akifanya ni vile ambavyo inapaswa kufanywa Bwana Spika, na tumekuwa tukisema hayo. Na nakumbuka Senator Kajwang akinipongeza nilipokuwa mwenyekiti wa kamati ya ugatuzi, ya kuniambia nilikuwa kila wakati naleta ripoti ya vile kamati inavyoendelea. Lakini Bwana Spika, tulipokuwa tukiwasiliana katika ile kamati Bwana Spika, nakumbuka Kajwang mwenyewe hakuwa katika kamati, na kulingana na vile anavyosema Bwana Spika ya kwamba hakujulishwa na hakuulizwa. Hiyo kwa niaba ya kamati yetu, kwa sababu mimi ni mwana kamati, nachukua ile jukumu, na kwa niaba hiyo naomba msamaha, kwa sababu kuomba msamaha haionyeshi unyonge, inaonyesha uongozi Bwana Spika. Na ni vizuri wakati mwingine sisi kama viongozi kukubali makosa. Ikiwa tumefanya makosa, tunaomba msamaha Bwana Spika, haionyeshi unyonge, na ndio tuweze kuendelea Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo dua lile Bwana Spika, dua lile Bwana Spika.
Senator Nderutu, please conclude.
Bwana Spika, nizuie kutoka kwa huyu kiongozi. Bwana Spika, nizuie, sijamaliza Bwana Spika.
Senator Eddie.
Bwana Spika,
you will get an opportunity. Let him conclude.
Bwana Spika,
please.
nizuie.
Senator Eddie, you will speak. Can he conclude? He's on a point of order and you want to make a point of order. So let him conclude. What is it, point of information? Is it a point of information?
Bwana Spika, ninaweza kuongea kuhusu seneta aliyoko katika nyumba hii, kwa sababu ana fursa ya kujitetea Bwana Spika. Yule ambayo siwezi kumuongea Bwana Spika, si kuongea kwake kwa ubaya, ni mwenye kamati. Nikasema Bwana Spika, huyu seneta ni mgeni Bwana Spika, hana uzoefu Bwana Spika wa kujua sheria, kanuni za bunge. Bwana Spika, najua hana uzoefu wa kujua kanuni za bunge. Bwana Spika, chukua fursa hii upeleke hawa maseneta wageni ambao hana uzoefu Bwana Spika. Ninasema vizuri, hana uzoefu, na ni vizuri julikane, kwa sababu hana uzoefu Bwana Spika. Kwa sababu ile naongea kuhusu, haongei kwa sababu anajua sheria, anazifahamu na anazimenya. Lakini ukitaka kujua Bwana Spika, ukitaka kujua ya kwamba debe tupu Bwana Spika haliwachi kutika debe tupu Bwana Spika. Na ndiposa sasa unasikia debe tupu bado linaendelea kutika Bwana Spika. Na ni vizuri tuseme ukweli Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, muangalie Senator Kajwang tunayeongea kuhusu. Amenyamaza tu kwa sababu ananielewa Bwana Spika.
Umemaliza,
Bwana Spika, ninasema hivi Bwana Spika ya kwamba tunamuomba msamaha kwa sababu hakujulishwa. Mimi nikiwa kama mwanakamati na nikasema vizuri. Na Bwana Spika, mimi niko katika hoja ya nidhamu Bwana Spika. Niko kwa hoja ya nidhamu Bwana Spika.
Senator Nderutu.
Na Bwana Spika, kwa hivyo
Senator Nderutu, na kuomba umalize.
Okay, kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, mimi ninasema hivi. Mwenyekiti wa kamati amefanya vilivyo kwa kuleta ripoti hii, ndio iweze kujulikana wazi ya kwamba sababu ya sisi kama kamati ya kutoweza kwenda hapo mfangano. Hiyo ndio sababu. Na tena tumeomba msamaha kwa seneta. Lakini Bwana Spika,
asante Senator. Senators, please allow me. Senator Eddie, please sit down. Please allow me to call on Senator Kajwang to make his point of order, because he has been mentioned several times. I am jumping the queue for that purpose.
Mr. Speaker, I wish that debate on this matter could be truncated and terminated, because, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a wrong use of the standing orders. My biggest reservation, even though Senator Lelegwe has informed me there was a meeting in the morning, which I apologize I did not attend. When a chair comes to this House and makes a statement that mentions adversely a fellow senator, the courtesy is to alert the senator that I am going to read a statement, and that statement you have been mentioned, and this is the content of the statement. He does not have to do it, but that is the courtesy that has guided this House for the last 10 years. Mr. Speaker, my request to the chair of the Roads Committee needed one of two answers, yes or no. If the chair feels I am not well trained in matters of security and intelligence, then he had the option of taking the committee to Homa Bay. But if the chair thinks that the views of the local senator and the person who brought the petition before the House deserve some consideration, Mr. Speaker, I would have expected that the chair would have engaged me and would have told me that I'll be reporting to the House on this matter, and this is a kind of prayer that I'm going to make. And Mr. Speaker, I have no problem in the report that the chair has given the House. My biggest concern is at the conclusion of that report, that my constant postponements, and constant postponements, this is the second time, and Mr. Speaker, Senator Lelegwe says more than twice, this is the second time I am requesting the committee to consider going to Homa Bay. Mr. Speaker, if the chair believes that my concerns are idle, if the chair believes that my briefs around intelligence and assessment of the political situation in Homa Bay this week is irrelevant, Mr. Speaker, then let the chair take the committee to Homa Bay. Let the chair take the committee to Mfangano. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this matter should have never come to the floor of the House to be discussed in this manner. And Mr. Speaker, in as much as my colleagues want to comment on this, I want to urge you to rule so that we close this matter and we don't fall into the trap of discussing a fellow senator adversely without notification, Mr. Speaker.
Senators, should I follow seniority and allow Senator Mazayo to make a point of order?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, jambo la kwanza, mimi pia ni memba wa hiyo kamati. Na hiyo habari ilipoletwa, mtu wa kwanza kupinga, kusema ya kwamba hatuwezi kuruhusu kumuongea mwenzetu ambaye ni senator ndani ya kamati, ikiwa tuko pale na members of staff na watu wengine kutoka sehemu zingine za Kenya. Bwana Speaker, ni jambo la kusikitisha sana. Bwana Lelegwe alikuwa hapo na Bwana Kinywa alikuwa hapo, ama senator wenzangu.
Senator Mazayo, would you like to be informed by Senator Lelegwe?
No, I don't want to be informed. Sitaki kujulishwa.
Continue.
Kwa hiyo utasema, utapata wakati wako, utasema kama mimi nikiongea, fanya heshima. Yeah. Bwana Speaker, katika kanuni zetu za kudumu, kipengele cha 101 katika sheria ya 4, katika sheria ya 4 inasema ya kwamba, na pengine Bwana Speaker ungenisikiza vizuri, seneta hatatoa kisingizio. Nataka unisikize vizuri Bwana Speaker. Seneta hatatoa kisingizio kuhusu seneta mwingine yeyote au bunge wa wabunge la taifa, isipokuwa kwa hoja mahususan ambayo arifa yake imetolewa angalau siku 3 kabla ya hoja ya kujadili mwenendo wa mbunge au seneta huyo. Bwana Speaker, ingekuwa heshima yani maseneta saa ile mimi nakuongea na wewe, wao wanaingia katikati ili usisikize vile mimi nasema. Kanuni hizi zetu ni kanuni za kudumu, na hizi kanuni ndio tunazofuata. Lakini leo maajabu ni kwamba mimi nilipopinga kwamba hatuwezi kuongea habari ya Kajwang', mwenyekiti aliyekuwa ameketi hapo kwa saa hiyo, hata shahidi akiwa ni Lelegwe na shahidi mwingine akiwa ni Kinywa, hii sheria imekiukwa. Na ni jambo la aibu kuona seneta mwingine anaweza mbele ya watu kutoka sehemu mbalimbali za taifa
ikiwa mimi naweza kusimama hapa na ndugu yangu wakili yuko hapa, alafu niongee juu yake kwa njia ambayo si sawa, ili Wakenya wengine wapate kujua. Mimi namheshimu sana wakili, namheshimu sana Lelegwe, naheshimu sana Kiranja walio wengi, na mimi sijasikia hata siku moja Kiranja walio wengi amefanya tabia kama hiyo. Kwa hiyo Bwana Spika, nafikiria kitu kizuri ingekuwa sisi hatuwezi kuingiliana hapa, tufundishana heshima. Yes. Asante Bwana Spika.
What is your point of order, Sifuna?
Mr. Speaker, I am also a member of the Transport Committee, and the chair here is my friend. I am extremely disappointed that the statement that has been made on this floor has actually been made on this floor. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that is very frustrating for us as the minority side, Mr. Speaker, is that we agreed in this House that when somebody is on a point of order, they will be heard in silence. But I think there are people who are using that opportunity and abusing that opportunity that we agreed in order for us to have orderly debate to throw very, very insulting words against colleagues in this House, against people who are not in this House, Mr. Speaker. When we request that the Speaker insists on enforcing the rules by making sure that if somebody utters something, they must substantiate. Mr. Speaker, this afternoon, we have been told that we cannot speak about a court order that the Speaker has not seen. We brought the court order physically and tabled here. We tabled the ruling, Mr. Speaker. When Senator Khalwale stands up and says on the floor of this House that people who are supporters of Azimio or ODM have raided a meeting of a government agency and then you stolen food or done what, without any substantiation. That's what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. You must substantiate. Stop heckling here, Khalwale. I can assure you, no government agency is going to hold any meeting anywhere where you are gouging on food bought by public resources, yet Kenyans are starving. Even in Kakamega, Khalwale, you will not hold a meeting of your staff, of your office, of anything, without Kenyans coming to avail themselves of that food. I can assure you. Number two, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, protect me, Mr. Speaker. I'm on a point of order. I am on a point of order, Mr. Speaker. I am on a point of order, Mr. Speaker. Protect me. I have to finish.
Conclude, Senator. Conclude.
I must finish. In fact,
let him conclude, senators.
In fact, as a senator of Nairobi, I want to tell any Kenyan that having seen the increase of the budgets for State House for buying tea and mandazi, that tea and mandazi is for Kenyans. Wherever you meet a government agency holding a meeting, go there and eat that food. That is your food, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, any person who has the right mind, you cannot go and hold a symposium on food right now, and you know Kenyans are starving, and you have brought food only for yourselves, and you think people will just sit there and look at you. They say, a hungry man is an angry man, Mr. Speaker. Let me finish by speaking on this question of marginalization. I am on a point of order.
Conclude.
I am on a point of order.
Senators.
I will be heard in silence.
Senators, please.
I am on a point of order, Speaker.
Senators.
Yes. I want to demonstrate to you that you are abusing the points of order. And that's what I'm going to do. That's what you're going to do. Mr. Speaker, Senators, I am on the floor.
Senators, please take your seat.
I'm on a point of order.
Take your seat. Resume your seat. Senators, we want to hear everybody. Let the senator conclude, and then we hear who the second speaker is going to. We cannot be exchanging utterances like this, senators. Please, let us hear the senator and let him conclude. Senator Sifuna, please conclude.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. You have already ruled. Allow me to speak, Mr. Speaker. I want to tell Kenyans, anywhere, anytime, you hear there's a government agency, they are sitting somewhere drinking a tea mandazi, that's your money. Go and join them. That's what we want to see, because every time we speak about addressing the question of iniquity in this country, people don't want to listen. Khalwale, you are lucky that you come from Kakamega. There are roads there. At least there's a road. The people of Homa Bay, all they are asking, Mr. Speaker, is for one ferry. One ferry. Over the weekend, we took the maandamano, Mr. Speaker, to Kwale County, and we used a channel at Likoni. I saw a brand new ferry being utilized there by the people there. Are you telling us, Mr. Speaker, even the old ferries that I saw parked there, and they have taken somebody from Nandi or Sijui Rift Valley and made him the chair of KPA or Sijui the MD of KPA? Mr. Speaker,
Senator Sifuna.
That job, that job.
One moment,
that
Senator
job.
Sifuna.
No, Mr.
Senators,
Speaker, I must conclude.
Please.
I must conclude. I'm on a point of order. I am on a point of order. I am on a point of order.
Senator Sifuna,
I am
resume
on a
your
point
seat.
of order.
Resume your
I
seat.
am on a point of order.
Resume your seat. Senators. Senator Sifuna, honorable senators, at this point I will have to end this debate or these points of order. Senator Sifuna, when you're referring to another senator, refer to him as a senator, not by their name. So please continue and conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am on a point of order. I am on a point of order. I'm being heckled throughout. Mr. Speaker, if this conduct was coming from me, already I would have been thrown out of this house. Can you protect me so that I am heard in silence? I need to be protected, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if this was Sifuna, he would have been thrown out of the house already. I cannot speak. I'm being heckled throughout. I'm being heckled by these hecklers.
Senators.
Mr. Speaker, this illegitimate government has sent somebody from Nandi to go and be the chair of Kenya Ports Authority, Mr. Speaker. Somebody with the same name as the president.
Senator Sifuna.
It's ridiculous. We
Senator
want
Sifuna.
to end this marginalization in this country.
Senator Sifuna. Senators. Senators, I am being... Senators. Senator Sifuna and Majority Leader, and Senator Sifuna, Senator Charargei, Senator Sifuna, the chair is standing. Senators, seriously, at this point, Senator Charargei, Majority Leader, please, senators, at this point, I cannot even follow the proceedings. Senator Eddy, senators, I really don't want to throw anybody out of the house, but at this point, I cannot have this point of orders to continue because it doesn't seem we're being able to listen to each other. So at this point, I will have to make a ruling on this issue. So senators, honorable senators, I have heard the contributions by the senator, the chair of transport, and who has made his statement reporting the status of consideration of the petition presented by Senator Kajwang. The gist of it is that the committee has not concluded the consideration of the petition. And it has not concluded owing to the request by the senator for Homa Bay to defer the visits. Senators, we know that the timelines provided in the standing orders is 60 days, and those 60 days have lapsed. That said and done, it does not stop the committee when the 60 days have passed to still continue on the matter. Honorable senators, the time for consideration of the petition has lapsed, but there is precedence in the Senate where timelines have been extended. The chair is commended for his report, but there is nothing stopping the committee from proceeding with the visits at the appropriate time and tabling this report. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 8. Motion, adoption of the report of the Joint Committee of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining, and the Senate Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on the approval hearing for the nominees for the appointment as members of the National Climate Change Council.
Senator Chairperson, Land, Environment and Natural Resources. What is your point of order, Eddie? Eddie, I hope it's not on the same issue that I've ruled.
Mr. Speaker, protect me from goons in the regime the other side. Like this goon now is talking here.
Senator Eddie. Senator Eddie,
Yeah.
you cannot refer to other members of this House as goons. Please withdraw.
He called me a goon.
Withdraw that. I heard it from you.
I want to plead that he called me a goon. So I thought it's a common language between me and him. So he's a goon as well.
Senator Eddie.
But I withdraw. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order. Can you relax? Cherargei, what will you fail Mutiani?
Senator Eddie, talk to the Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
talk to the Speaker.
I just rise to inquire that the substantive speaker did indicate that he would give us 30 minutes so that he could be able to make a ruling on the previous matter. And looking at the time now, is way over 50 minutes. Why is it that, Mr. Speaker, people are heckling in this house?
Senators.
So, Mr. Speaker, is approaching 5:30. And that will be way beyond, like, it's almost an hour now. Can we have a guidance on this matter? Because it is extremely important that we conclude on that business today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Eddie, you have concluded. I have protected Eddie. Can I talk? Senator Sifuna. Senator Sifuna. Senator Sifuna. No, Senator Sifuna. Senator Sifuna. You want me to enforce the rules? Senator Sifuna. Okay, get out. Get out, Sifuna. You can get out of the House. As per the standing orders, I have asked you. I will not tell you. Sergeant at Arms, get Senator Sifuna out of this House. Get out. Sifuna, you are rubbish yourself. Get out. He called me rubbish.
Point of order. You guys are destroying the Senate. How do you take this much before being given? No.
Senators. Order, senators. Order, senators. Order, senators. Eddie. Senator Mgeni, what's your point of order?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, and my colleagues, honorable senators, you know, we can have differences here, but I plead with all of us that we try and have dignity. You know, the problem with what's happening nowadays is that with WhatsApp, whatever we are doing here could easily find its way out there. And you know, once information goes out there, this house is going to be equated with some, I don't know, MCA somewhere. You know, we can always differ. And we want a house that is exciting, a house that is interesting, a house where we can challenge each other. But let's always remember that people are watching. I mean, even when things were so bad, Senator Halwale, during the Second World War, Roosevelt was able to sit down with Stalin, and they discussed and they came up with the UN, the League of Nations, that is there up to today. So let's agree on the rules of the game, the ground rules. When a speaker is on the chair, I plead. When the speaker is on the chair, I plead. Let us give him respect. Because he's the one who guides deliberation, who moderates debate. Please. You know, the shouting across is okay, but I plead.
Let Senator be heard in silence, please.
Yeah, I plead, please, so that for posterity, Senator Cheragay, for posterity, we retain the dignity of this house. We have, Mr. Speaker, we have had senators who have argued their points with passion. I saw Senator, now CS, Murkomen, taking on Senior Counsel Rengo. But he was doing it within the rules. You know, he was doing it within the rules. And that's how it should be. I plead with us, even when we have differences, let us retain the dignity of this house. I plead with you, please, Mr. Speaker. I plead, Mr. Speaker, that in all our emotions, let us maintain the dignity of the house. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order, Majority Leader?
Just for 10 seconds, two things that I want to say. I agree with everything Senator Mugeni has said. The only thing I want to humbly plead, Mr. Speaker, we can exchange with Senator Eddy as much as we want. He's my contemporary, he's my age mate, he's my friend. If I say, for example, things that he doesn't like, and I agree with Senator Mugeni that we be guided in what we say, that is between us as colleagues. The minute we begin, I have been in this house, for sure, Mr. Speaker, even in the worst of times when we never used to greet each other as colleagues, there is no time that a senator used to insult the speaker. That is the truth. You cannot run away. And Minority Leader, I want to plead with you, my brother. Teach Senator Sifuna how to behave in Parliament. This is not the only time he has abused the speaker. He has also equally abused the substantive speaker. That is not right. We can exchange as colleagues, that's fine. How many times does me and you trade things that we don't like, but we'll go outside and share a cup of tea? That is normal. It's part of parliamentary practice. But the habit of insulting the speaker, we should not encourage. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, Senator Omogeni said something that I agree with. And I want it to go on record to the people running Parliamentary Budget Office. No. Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit, PBU. They are the ones who share some of these clips, the things that Senator Omogeni is saying. Because nobody else has access to these clips. So I want to humbly plead with the clerk's table that is here, if there are certain things, you know, the reason why, and I was in PSC when we made the decision to allow PBU to be our own internal unit, because when we previously used to allow media to be the ones, they'd focus on non-issues. They'll beam on a senator sleeping or a slip of a tongue by the senator. So we say, let's have our own professional broadcasting unit that is within Parliament. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, every time nowadays when there are exchanges, the following day you will see the same clips being relayed. Yet the broadcasting
belongs to this particular house. So I want to humbly plead with Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. I have forgotten the name of the head, but the reason why we kept PBU inside the House of Parliament is that so that you focus on the core business, not to be sharing clips sometimes of members in unfortunate exchanges that are not helpful to Kenyans. So I don't expect the clip that has been seen, for example, today between members, one or two things saying to each other, to be found outside there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minority Leader.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, nataka kukubaliana na ndugu yangu Aaron alivyosema 100% kwamba yuko sawa. Na mimi leo Bwana Spika, ningependa uwe na moyo mkunjufu, moyo mkubwa kama spika wetu. Ninaelewa ya kwamba ule tulivyofanya hapa, yale maneno yote tuliyofanya hapa, si ya usawa kulinganishana na wewe ukiwa umeketi kwenye kiti. Bwana Spika, mengi ndugu wakiketi ama katika hafla yetu kama hii ya masenators kuwa katika mjadala, ni lazima sengine tutakosoana mdomo. Kwa hiyo kama imefanyika ni bahati mbaya, hatukutarajia kwamba itafika hapo. Kwa hiyo Bwana Spika, kitu tunataka kusema kwa ndugu zangu ni kwamba leo tumeikosea hii nyumba. Huo ndio ukweli wa mambo. Sote upande ule upande huu tumekosea. Tumekosa. Na lazima tukubaliane ya kwamba maneno yaliyopelekwa pande ile na pande ile, mengine mimi siwezi kutamka kwa sababu ya vile ninavyofikiria kwamba ikiwa wale wako nyumbani na wale wanafunzi ambao wanakuja hapa wanaona mtu kama Boni Halwale, wanamuona Mazayo, wanaona Aaron Cheriot, wanaona kijana mshupavu wakili, tukiwa tunapeana maneno kama hayo, Bwana Spika, yote piga moyo konde, yaweke nyuma. Na najua katika ile hasira, ukiwa kama kinara katika hii nyumba, najua utaweza kutoa uamuzi. Kama vile katika ile hasira iliyokuja kwa ghafla, na wewe ni binadamu pia. Hakuna mtu anaweza kukuita hivyo na wewe usimuite. Kwa hiyo yeye akiwa ameenda kidogo pande ambao umezidi, mimi ningeomba hiyo hata ile pengine vile ulivyotamka, pengine useme okay, ilikuwa katika ile spur of a moment. Lakini yote hao tuliyofanya, mimi nasema tuyaweke nyuma, tugange yale yanayokuja. Kwa ndugu zangu mimi naweza sema kwa pande zote mbili, lazima tuonyeshe mfano. Kila siku watu wanakuja hapa wakituona, wanaoketi pale, wanaoangalia ndani ya nyumba kwa runinga, wanaoangalia katika mahall makubwa makubwa. Sisi kama mfano, please, I plead with you, let's use good language. Let's use parliamentary language so that we can at least save this house. We are bado tunaendelea, hata pole natumia lugha mbili, lakini tunaendelea kudidimia chini kiheshima. Ningesema sote tuwe kitu kimoja ili tuweke heshima ya nyumba hii ya Senate, kwa sababu sio sisi peke yake wa mwisho kukaa hapa ndani. Vizazi na vizazi vitakuja kukaa hapa, na lazima tuweke msingi wa heshima nzuri tunayopeana katika hii nyumba yetu ya Senate. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Senator Boni Halwale.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise on standing order number 123 to move the following motion. That Senator Sifuna Watenya be suspended from the service of the Senate. Mr. Speaker, this is a standing order that was grafted to speak to what we have witnessed today. And Mr. Speaker, because this motion doesn't require substantiation, Mr. Speaker, allow me to say one thing in the footsteps of the Senator of Nyamira. Senators who are shouting at me, I respect you, and I cannot expect you to respect me. But let me tell you, amongst you are lawyers. I am the only member of parliament in the Republic of Kenya who has been decorated by the Law Society of Kenya. I've been awarded the highest award of respect, the Father Kaiser Award. I have been decorated, Mr. Speaker, by the International Federation of Women Lawyers, FIDA. Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal, without naming names, to the young senators I'm seeing in the House, including Okech, including Sifuna, including Ladema, to make time and swallow your pride and learn from us. It is not by accident that we have this number of years behind us in experience. It's not by design, by accident, Mr. Speaker, that we have this many years of traversing the globe. Mr. Speaker, if you do not apply Standing Order number 123 through my motion, we will have lost this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, before you give Honorable Ledama on his standing order, I request Senator Kinyua, the Commissioner, to second my motion that Senator Sifuna.
One moment. Senator Olekina, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to beseech my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I would like to beseech my colleagues that we are mature men and women in this House. A few weeks ago, I mentioned to the majority leader that if these things proceed the way they are proceeding, he himself is losing this House. Mr. Speaker, I've sat here and I've been very, very calm today. I've listened, and I've listened to the majority whip. The majority whip has constantly used unparliamentary language. Mr. Speaker, the majority whip has also tried to rewrite our standing orders by standing and saying, I'm moving a motion under Standing Order number 123. Mr. Speaker, we have to give respect. And I've listened to the majority whip saying that the young senators, please learn from our wisdom. But my question that I want to ask is that, does that learning also equate to rewriting standing orders that are not in existence? Mr. Speaker, you know, I don't want us to get into a point where we are now directing the chair. But I want to follow the words of wisdom of Senator Madzayo. I want to beseech you, Mr. Speaker, that with all these emotions, I want to take full responsibility for what has happened on our side and request us to maintain the quorum in this House. That is the only time that will be seen as being different. This shouting back and forth is not going to help us. Yes, we are all human beings. We're people who lose our cool at any given time. But Mr. Speaker, being directed, and I know maybe what my colleague said may not be parliamentary, but having a situation where the chair and a senator exchange words, it really beats the purposes why we should be in this House in the first place. So, Mr. Speaker, and I hope, Mr. Speaker, you can give me an ear. Minority Leader, can you please allow the Speaker to hear? Senator Madzayo. Senator Madzayo, please. Senator Madzayo. Senator Madzayo, please. Mr. Speaker, just give me your ear for 3 minutes. Yeah, because I've been interrupted. The minority leader has been talking to you. I want to beseech you. I want to beseech you, Mr. Speaker. I want to beseech you, Mr. Speaker, not to let the actions of a spur of a moment dictates how you're going to deal with this matter. You've been invited by the majority side through a very unprocedural way to effect Standing Order number 123. My plea to you as a colleague is that you let the bygones be bygones. Let us learn from our mistakes and let us find a way that we can be able to cool down these temperatures. We all need each other. And any given time when a senator is not seated here because of spur of the moment actions, the people that he or she represents end up suffering. So, Mr. Speaker, today, the whole day, I mean, it's 5:32. You know, we are still waiting for the Speaker to come back. But the whole day, really, we have not discussed. There was a motion, I know, of Kenyans who are still seeking compensation from the bomb of 1998. We have issues of electricity. Senator Chute discussed that issue. But do you really want to tell me, and this is to all of you, my colleagues, do you want to tell me that we'll reduce the 2.5 hours that we have in the Senate to be a time when we can just be bickering and hallowing insults and calling each other's names? I am really, really disappointed. I'm ashamed of this House today. I'm really ashamed of this House. And I want to request my colleagues, please, let us act our age. Today we are not acting our age. Today we are insulting each other back and forth. You know, it is not helping us. I said I take full responsibility on what happened on our side, and I want to request you, Mr. Speaker, to let it bygone. They are highly regretted, and the only way we can remain as one house, Mr. Speaker, is when we learn to tolerate one another. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator, I am following an order on the screen. Senator Cherargei, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I think Senator Ledama should listen because he was also imploring to have. Mr. Speaker, on Standing Order number 1, and looking the motion that Senator Boni Khalwala has brought under Section 123, Mr. Speaker, what happens is that I only beg of you, Speaker, with all humility, it is that at that moment, the Senator Sifuna should have been invited to apologize and withdraw, which did not happen. Speaker, looking at the emotions and agreeing that this thing has generated, Mr. Speaker, and we know also you are a human being. We know you have powers of Standing Order number 1. We don't want to take to the House to the extreme end, Mr. Speaker, but in as much as Senator Ledama pleads with you to let bygones bygone, then, Mr. Speaker, there should some level of remorse so that even as you take a decision whether to dispense off with Senator Boni Khalwala's motion as per Section 123, Mr. Speaker. No, I'm just you allow me to finish. I'm in fact in line with what you are saying. No, it is. Let me invite you, Senator Eddy, and you know you are my friend. Article Section 120, Senior Counsel. Can you do your job? You did it well when I was in remand. Can you please continue? Understanding Order number 123 is that, Mr. Speaker, and Standing Order number 1, I know, Mr. Speaker, we are also human. There might have been that altercation, but looking at the unity of the House, and Mr. Speaker, I've seen you have invited that for Kamukunji tomorrow. These are some of the things we can discuss in camera. We are one House, Mr. Speaker. I know the motion of Standing Order 123 is too harsh, Mr. Speaker. I know the standard procedure of the House, Mr. Speaker, should have to invite Senator Sifuna to withdraw and apologize, which was not done, Mr. Speaker, I think because of the emotions. Mr. Speaker, the standard should have been, Mr. Speaker, I know you are consulting the House leadership, the two wise men, Mr. Speaker, The two wise men. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I wanted you to listen to this because you are also human. And I agree with the wisdom of both majority and minority leader. I know this is something we can agree, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the standard procedure would have been that Senator Sifuna, and I'm not playing devil's advocate, should have been given a chance to withdraw and apologize, which did not happen because, of course, we understand you are human and the House was degenerating, Mr. Speaker. That should have been the procedure. Number two, even if we were to agree with the minority side, there should be some level of remorse because you are also human, Mr. Speaker. They should have been able of remorse so that we invite you to invoke understanding order number one. Finally, Mr. Speaker, looking at the motion that my brother Senator Boni Khalwale, the bullfighter, has come up with, Mr. Speaker, I think at this point it is too harsh, in my own opinion, because we are one house. We want to work together as a house of union so that we can move forward, Mr. Speaker. So that, Mr. Speaker, can you protect me from the Senate Majority Leader, Mr. Speaker?
Conclude, please, Senator.
Yeah, Majority Leader, Senate Majority Leader, Mr. Speaker, protect him from and also Commissioner of PSC. You know, Mr. Speaker, the chairperson, the Commissioner of PSC is happy. He has been allocated 40 billion for Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, what I'm just saying in conclusion, in my own opinion, I know an excuse of ignorance of the law is no excuse. But looking at the unity where we want to go as a Senate, coming together, the House of Union, Mr. Speaker, let us also, Mr. Speaker, you can sue your wisdom understanding order number one, but I can invite, Mr. Speaker, because the House is becoming imechemuka, ground imechemuka, maybe tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, during the Kamukunji at around 10, I think 10 a.m., these are things we can discuss in camera because, Mr. Speaker, we don't want to generate where you are insulting the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, please, those are my humble submissions. Let us move forward as a one house. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wambua.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will go straight to respond to the motion that was moved by Senator Alwale. And he knows it. He is the father of this book. We should be learning from him. The Speaker, clearly and outrightly, he can't do what he has done. He has purported to have done. Standing Order 123. It begins with naming a senator. It is after the senator has been named by the Speaker, not by a member. The member will request the Speaker to name a member. It is after the Speaker has named a member that then the other processes will follow. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I have only added today that you can name or purport to move a motion under 123 after the senator has already been kicked out by the Speaker. So then we put ourselves in a situation that we don't know what to do. Do we recall the member? What happens? The Speaker, that be as it may, before the senator for Kakamega, a man we truly respect, moved that motion, Mr. Speaker, there was bitter exchange. I saw the senator for Kakamega exchange with the senator for Nairobi. I saw my colleagues here, including myself, exchange with colleagues on the other side. So now if we were to go that route, I don't know who will be left in this house, Mr. Speaker. There will be no house. Mr. Speaker, there will be no house. Today, Mr. Speaker, your respect to that chair, greatest respect to that chair and to yourself, Mr. Speaker. I saw you exchange one-on-one with a member and call each other names, Mr. Speaker. I saw that with my eyes today. Mr. Speaker, we have a sense, and I'll keep saying this.
we have a Senate to take care of. And I say that to all of us, including myself. We have a Senate to take care of. The Speaker, what has happened today, I hope it will never happen again. Senator Kiambu and Majority Leader, it's okay, we have said it before. We would say it as many times as we have to say it until we restore order in this House. The Speaker, with those many remarks, I see the Majority Leader is beckoning you to do something. These days it is what it is, Mr. Speaker. It is what it is. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sigei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will only restore the dignity of this House when we take responsibility of our actions. We will be able to be a sober House when we are responsible, even before we take the mic to speak to anything that we are dealing with in the House. Mr. Speaker, I've watched this afternoon the proceedings. I have listened to my colleagues. It is not lost in any of us that we can all afford to speak. But what are we speaking to? What are we speaking about? Senate has all along been seen to be a house of sobriety, a house where decorum is exhibited by the members. But today, Mr. Speaker, that was not the case. The exchanges among the members is making it worse by the extent of what I'm listening to from my colleagues from the minority side. It might be that the exchanges went beyond what is expected. Who takes responsibility? Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Senator Boni Halwale has moved a motion under Standing Order 123 as to whether or not a member ought to have been named prior to that. You have been asked to enforce the rules of the House. How do we then enforce the rules of the House when members are saying we are not taking responsibility for our actions? Mr. Speaker, it is not the best experience that we have had in this House today. It is not an excuse to say it's the heat of the moment. I believe in taking responsibility myself. I want to beseech members of this House to also sit back, search themselves, think through what has happened in this House so that we restore the House of the Senate where it belongs. If we do not, we are going to lose the status of this House. We are going to lose this House. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mgeni.
Mr. Speaker, I would have liked to make my contributions when Senator Halwale is in the House, but I can proceed. Mr. Speaker, I've already made my views on what happened this afternoon, which is regrettable. And we all know, Mr. Speaker, that before there is calm, there is always a storm. You know, there is always a storm. And the way Majority Leader is beckoning to me, when a flight is taking off, there's always turbulence. You always have turbulence. But Speaker, Mr. Speaker, after turbulence, there will always be calm, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether, that's why I wanted Senator Halwale to be here. I don't know whether in the history of Parliament, not the Senate, in the history of Parliament, I don't know whether there is any elected member who has stood up to invoke Article 123 against another member. Standing Order 123. In the history of Parliament, the Parliament of Kenya, I don't think there is any senator or any elected member of Parliament who has ever invoked that standing order against his colleague. So I want to ask Senator Halwale,
to reflect and be calm, Mr. Speaker. Because, you know, we are setting precedents. And me, Mr. Speaker, I've gone 360 degrees in my professional career. The oppressed have come to me as a lawyer, and I've represented them. Those who are in power have also come to me to represent them. So when you are digging a hole, warn yourself that tomorrow you may enter the same hole. Mr. Speaker, if we set a precedent where we, as colleagues, want to, you know, let me use the word finish. We want to invoke standing orders to finish our colleagues, that is being over-emotional. These disagreements do happen. And for some of us who were in this parliament last time, we saw them. I mentioned the way I used to see serious exchanges between Senator Orengo and the Senator Murkomen. But there's a way the Speaker would always guide the deliberations. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to Senator Halwale not to set a precedent where tomorrow, if I see Senator Cheragay, and I saw him a bit emotional some 3 months ago, if he becomes emotional, I invoke Standing Order 123. Because tomorrow we may not greet each other. We will now convert this house into a house of enemies. And that's not what we want to do. We have Muslims here, Mr. Speaker. We have people who are Christians here, Mr. Speaker. And we know, the Bible says, we have all sinned and fallen short of God's glory. That's what the Bible says. So I think the punishment that has been meted out on Senator Sifuna, as Senator Cheragay has put it this afternoon, he was not even warned. And the standing orders dictate that before you eject him, you warn him first. If he persists, then you evict him. So already, Senator, please, already he has received punishment. That's enough. And we are trying to engage, we are trying to discuss, we want to restore calm and run our businesses. The way PLO Lumumba normally says, don't respond to a mosquito bite with a hammer. Don't go for an overkill. We will set a bad precedent because this is a house of record. You invoke it today against Senator Sifuna. I assure you, senators, tomorrow it will be you. The last parliament, Senator Cheriot, you can correct me, I think we only had one expulsion from the house. Only one, for a record of 5 years. Only Senator Malala was sent out for the remainder of the day. I think we have now done six expulsions. We are not doing so well. So since I think if you read standing order, I think number 122, you know, before you even call a senator, it says on the first occasion, you send him away for 3 sittings. If he becomes very disorderly on a second or subsequent occasion during the same session, you now take it up 7 days. Now if another time he again persists, then now we can invite Senator Halwale to invoke Standing Order 123. But I plead, you know, Senator Halwale is from Kakamega. Senator Sifuna is a senator of Nairobi, but he's his neighbor from Bungoma. Let's not be reactive. It's good to, you know, it's good to express our anger. That's okay, we are human. But let us also not overreact. So I urge you, Speaker, we have already apologized for what has happened this afternoon. Some of us are new in this house. We are learning. Accept, you're also human. I know how you feel when there are these exchanges. It's not good for you. But you are a son of a very respected elder, Senator, the late Mzee Yusuf Haji. And you know, when we had serious disagreements here on, you remember revenue, we used to defer to him. He's the one who used to guide us and calm us, and he used to restore us. So, like father, like son, calm down, Mr. Speaker, sir. You have already punished the Senator Sifuna. We move on so that we become each other's keeper. Today it's me, tomorrow it will be you. I submit, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator, there seems to be a lot of interest on this matter. I will only allow 2 more speakers, one from the majority side and one from minority side. And they will only have 3 minutes. Please, can we have Senator Esther Anyeni?
Mr. Speaker, while I heed to the advice of some of the ranking members in this House, and of course also take the apology, I am disturbed by some few issues I would like to mention. Young legislators and new legislators in that matter have been mentioned widely. I believe I'm one of the young legislators who is very composed and rational in my way of operations in this House. But I do not like a situation where we can actually debate to an extent of saying that this is an illegitimate government, whereby a government that was elected by the people and IBC went ahead to declare. The same was challenged at the Supreme Court, and no one had issues about that. And as honorable members, we can engage and insult colleagues to that extent. We are the same people who have been complaining about business issues in this House taking long to be addressed. And we keep on buying time in this kind of engagements. It's not the first time members are apologizing. If I remember the other time, Senator Kathuri Murungi was seated there, the same happened. He was actually pointed at. So we will not keep doing these similar actions and apologizing. That is going to be a culture. Senator Omogeni, I heed to your advice, but as a young legislator, I want to actually differ with that bit that yes, some of the ranking members or members who are elected with very many numbers of votes can still insult others and still get away with it in the name of apology. We really need to relook our ways of operations. I rarely speak during such times, but on this occasion I had to speak because young legislators cannot be bundled up together to be people who are on a learning curve and showing a matter of not having decorum, while some of us have actually been carrying ourselves with a high level of esteem and engagement to our colleagues. So while I also heed to the advice by the majority leader, Senator Aaron Cheruiyot, that we should actually rethink on how we are carrying ourselves in this House, I also want to say that it's not just about apologizing. People have repeatedly done this, and honorable members in that matter, and they apologize and people calm down, and the same continues. You know, we are even disputing matters that have been highlighted in national newspapers to be rumors.
Your time is up. Senator Eddy, I think, as the last speaker.
Mr. Speaker, it is almost 6 p.m. The House started at 2:30. This is a House that its composition is because of donated power to all of us by the people of Kenya. And I hope that, I'm glad that my brother Arun Cheruiyot is here, because ultimately, the position that Arun Cheruiyot holds is established by the Constitution, among other leaders, including my minority leader here, Senator Mazayo. It's actually a very solemn day, because we are not transacting business that helps the people of Kenya. It is very sad that we can come to a house like this. In such a house, we are either sitting here with privilege or sitting here because of responsibility. Jomo Kenyatta, the founding father of this nation, in his book, Facing Mount Kenya, talks about responsibility. And he says that responsibility of nationhood will be given only to reliable custodians. I want to urge my brother Arun, as the leader of majority, and in extension, my brother Senator Mazai, whether if you cast your eyes in this house, do you feel like this house is becoming a reliable house to Kenyans to deal with issues that Kenyans want us to be dealing with every day? We are reducing ourselves as a house to constantly defending the position of our parties and our coalitions, and forgetting that we have been elected, and on the 15th of September last year, most of us paraded here with the help of the clerk of the house and took an oath that we were beyond election and we are starting to work for the people of Kenya. I want to urge us, I observed this house, and I know my brother Senator Boni Alwale thinks that some of us here are young, therefore naive, and we don't know what we're doing in this house. Some of us came to this house because we were motivated by the stature that this house had conferred upon this nation. The idea that when the presidency or the executive sometimes asks challenges, or when the National Assembly sometimes asks challenges, people like James Orengo, people like Murkomen, rose beyond party and coalition positions to stand for this nation. What we are seeing today in this house is completely unacceptable. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that what Senator Sifuna said is regrettable and completely unacceptable. And in fact, having been here in a way that I observed all the chaos that was there, I'll be humble enough to say that I apologize if it's allowed on his behalf. It's not acceptable to not just engage with the chair, but to go ahead and have abusive language with the chair. But that said, there is a genesis for why emotions are rising high and high, and I want to request our leaders, please talk. Let us rise above these coalition positions and a lot of strategic, taking advantage of each other. Like the reason why even we found ourselves in that situation, Mr. Speaker, if you remember, I rose to raise an issue of the substantive speaker giving us assurance that he will be back in the House in 30 minutes to give a ruling over a matter that has held this House hostage for the last 3 weeks. It is now almost, I'm on a point of order, Mr. Thangwa, Senator Sangwa. It's now 6 p.m. Literally one and a half hours later, we haven't had the communication around this issue. So I just want to urge us as a House, we are going to kill the efforts that have been made by previous senators who are in this House, who raised the bar of this House, that this House became the place for solace and confidence and recourse for this nation. Let's try, majority, talk to minority, and you guys advise us how you want this House to run and how you want to elevate the stature of this House. Otherwise, the gains that has been made to make this House the upper house, people have gone to court from both sides of the House in the previous years to make this House be what it is. It is degenerating at a very sporadic speed, and it is important that majority leader takes note, and minority leader takes note that this House is no longer functional, and it's no longer serving the purpose of defending the people. With that, Mr. Speaker, I am remorseful about what has happened, and I hope that we can rise to be a united House that can stand for bigger agenda of this nation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mazayo, I'll give you as the last speaker. Sorry, Manzo, Daniel Manzo.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I just want to have a look again at 123, and 123 originates from 122 and somehow puts a procedure. But Mr. Speaker, I would like to state under 123, finally, the power rests with you. Mr. Speaker, the standing orders assume that you already get a hearing, make an observation, and make a ruling by yourself. And finally, that particular power of dealing in any way under 123 purely rests on you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with you, having noticed that this House has degenerated in something else I did not expect. I've been a member of Parliament now for 12 years. I never saw a thing like this in the National Assembly. And of late, this House has grown into something outside this House, politics outside this House. And I think when we come to this House, we really want to remain and respect this House. Otherwise, I'm beginning to regret why I came to the Senate at all. If this is what I'm going to be doing here, and I was doing very well at the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I want to blame both sides of the House. It should not originate from that side, nor should it originate from this side. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we must, all of us, declare limits, so that at times it begins on the majority sides, a shout is made and a reply is made, or a shout begins here and a reply is made. I really owe into the fact that tomorrow we will have a Kamkunji. I really, Mr. Speaker, want to plead with you under this 123 that finally the decision rests with you, and want to plead with you, Mr. Speaker, having made a history with the temporary Speaker, Senate Deputy Speaker, on our experience which we went through, Mr. Speaker, that we placed a case for apology and sought forgiveness, and it was granted, and the goodness prevailed. I really want to plead with you that having that power rests with you, and have you listened to us to look at it in a way which will bring harmony to the House, and look at it in terms of prosperity. And the older members will engage with the new ones, so that matters like this do not arise again. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable Senators, I will have to conclude this matter. I believe that Senator Sifuna was thrown out of the House because of standing order 121, disorderly conduct. And I would at this point decline the standing order 123 raised by the majority whip. And I would just like to remind honorable senators that when we're in this House, apart from the standing orders that we have and the rules of this House that we have to follow, we all have to remember that we are individuals of different orientation, different mannerism, and different upbringing. The way you can conduct your conversation with one senator, you should not assume that another senator will accept certain ways of conversation. But at this point, having listened to every senator, the deliberation of this House, I have decided that Senator Sifuna will remain out of this House for the remainder of the day, and that matter is concluded. Thank you, Senators. Next order. Let me also remind Senators on the point of order that Senator Eddy had stood up on, that the Speaker has indicated that he will be coming back to the House to make, to communicate the message that he had gone out to write. So, Senators, please bear that in mind. Next order.
Order number 8, motion adoption of the
Clerk, where were we? Proceed to the next order. Once you're done, I'll make my communication. As honorable senators have said, this matter should not affect the important business of the House, so it shall be communicated last. Proceed with the more important matters, please.
Order number 8, motion. Adoption of the report of the Joint Committee of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining, and the Senate Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on the approval hearing for the nominees for appointment as members of the National Climate Change Council.
The chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the motion that the Senate adopts the report of the Joint Committee of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining, and the Senate Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on the approval hearing of the nominees for the appointment as members of the National Climate Change Council, laid on the table of the Senate Tuesday, 14th March 2023, and pursuant to Section 7(4) of the Climate Change Act and the Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, approves the nomination of Ms. Emily Mwende Waita, Mr. John Kioli, and Professor George Odera Outa for appointment as members of the National Climate Change Council, and rejects the nomination of Ms. Umra Omar. Mr. Speaker, sir, this report contains the proceedings of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining and the Senate Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources during the approval hearing of Ms. Emily Mwende Mwaita, Mr. John Kioli, Ms. Umra Omar, and Professor George Odera Outa, nominees by His Excellency the President for the appointment as members of the Climate Change Council pursuant to Section 7(1) of the Climate Change Act number 11 of 2016. Mr. Speaker, sir, after receiving the message from His Excellency the President on the nomination of Ms. Emily Mwende Mwaita, Mr. John Kioli, Ms. Umra Omar, and Professor George Odera Outa to the National Climate Change Council, the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Speaker of the Senate on Tuesday, 14th February 2023, respectively issued a communication and directed the approval hearing for the nominees for appointment to the Climate Change Council be conducted jointly by both houses of the Parliament as required by the Climate Change Act number 11 of 2016. Mr. Speaker, the names of the nominees and the curriculum vitae were referred by the Speaker of the National Assembly to the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining, and by the Speaker of the Senate to the Senate Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources. The committee jointly held preliminary sittings on 7th March 2023 to prepare and consider memoranda received from the public prior to the approval hearing. Mr. Speaker, sir, the aforementioned committees complied with the constitutional and legal requirements and the establishment procedures for the approval hearing. The committee ensured public participation and openness in carrying out the approval processes, notifying, inviting the public to submit memoranda were placed in the ministry print media on 20th February 2023 as required under the law. The committee conducted the approval hearing on Tuesday, 17th March 2023. In conducting the approval hearing, the committee were guided by the provisions of the Constitution, the Climate Change Act number 11 of 2016, and the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, and the standing orders of the respective houses. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee observations contained in the report on the basis of the constitutional and legal requirements as well as submissions of the nominees during the approval hearing, Section 7.1 of the Climate Change Act number 11 of 2016 mandates the President to nominate candidates for appointment as members of the National Climate Change Council. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee recommendations as contained in the report at page 39 recommendation is based on the evidence and the information from the proceedings during the approval hearing. The committee recommend that having considered the suitability, capability, and integrity of the nominees, and pursuant to Section 7.4 of the Climate Change Act 2011, the Section 8 and Section 8.2 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act number 33 of 2011, Parliament approves the nomination of Ms. Emily Mwende Waita, Mr. John Kioli, and Professor George Odera Outa for appointment as members of the National Climate Change Council by His Excellency the President, and rejects the nomination of Ms. Umra Omar for appointment as a member of the National Climate Change Council by His Excellency the President. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee resolved to reject Ms. Umra Omar owing to the failure by the nominee to demonstrate knowledge of topical, technical, and administrative issues touching on the matters relating to indigenous knowledge pursuant to Section 7.2 H of the Climate Change Act and Section 7C of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011 during her approval hearing. Consequently, the nominee lacks the requisite abilities and experience to serve as a member of the National Climate Change Council. Mr. Speaker, sir, further to the nominee, from her general demeanor during the approval hearing, coupled with unclear responses to the topical questions, appeared not to be adequately prepared and displayed a general lack of interest. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee wishes to thank the Office of the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Office of the Speaker of the Senate, the clerks of both houses, and their staff for their logistical support accorded to them during the approval hearing. The committee is also grateful to the members of the public who sent memoranda and media for their live coverage of the proceedings, thus enhancing accountability and transparency of the approval hearing exercise. Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the committee and pursuant to Section 7.4 of the Climate Change Act 2016 and subsection 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act of 2011, it is my pleasant duty to table the report of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry, Mining, and the Senate Standing Committee on Land, Environment, and Natural Resources on the joint approval hearings for Ms. Emily Mwenda Waita, Mr. John Kioli, Ms. Umra Omar, and Professor George Odera Outa, the nominees for appointment as members of the National Climate Change Council for the debate and adoption by Parliament. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I call upon Senator Matinga to second.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise up to second. I sat through the vetting process, and Mr. Speaker, sir, I had an opportunity of listening to all the 4 nominees. 3 out of the 4, they were able to portray high knowledge and passion of environmental issue. We are aware, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we are living at a time that we must engage ourselves with the climate change for the sustainability of our future generations. 3 of them, Mr. Speaker, sir, were able to convince us beyond reasonable doubt that they had what it takes, and we therefore, with the other joint sitting with the National Assembly, saw it fit to have the 3 of them. However, the 4th one, Mr. Speaker, sir, fell short in showing that she had what it takes in terms of total commitment to climate change. And as we know, this is an area where the President himself has pronounced himself to wanting to put Kenya in the global map so that we can be able to save this country of ours. I therefore support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Sorry, I therefore second. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, I now proceed to propose the question. That the Senate adopt the report of the Joint Committee of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Environment, Forest and Mining, and the Senate Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on the approval hearing for the nominees for the appointment as members of the National Climate Change Council, laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 14th March 2023. And pursuant to Section 7(4) of the Climate Change Act and Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, approves the nomination of Ms. Emily Mwende Waita, Mr. John Kioli, and Professor George Odera Outa for appointment as members of the National Climate Change Council, and rejects the nomination of Ms. Umbra Omar. Senator Karungo. Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to comment on this very important matter. Mr. Speaker, climate change is a very serious matter in the country, and many of us believe in it personally. I do. That's why you see the rains have delayed, Mr. Speaker. And in the southern part of Africa, there are very serious floods going on now in countries like Malawi, and probably the same will happen to Kenya because of climate change. So I really want to support the appointment of this very important team so that, Mr. Speaker, they can begin their work and they can begin changing the country and preserving the climate. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Samson Chirenge.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this motion and want to thank the committee for the job well done, the Joint Committee of the National Assembly and the Senate on Forestry, Mining, Land, Environment and Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate President William Ruto, Mr. Speaker, because one of his core agenda that he's still pushing up to date, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of climate change. The country is struggling now, Mr. Speaker. You can see there is biting drought, Mr. Speaker. Even where I come from, for example, Nandi County, we have never experienced shortage of rain until this year, Mr. Speaker, because of the adverse effect of climate change, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, the President has put it as one of his agenda to ensure that we discuss the issue of climate change. Mr. Speaker, secondly, the world over, the advanced economies, this conversation of climate change, Mr. Speaker, we used to think it is very alien. We used to think it belongs to the first world countries. We didn't know that third generation countries, Mr. Speaker, could have a conversation about the climate change. I think in Africa, Kenya is one of the countries that is taking the issues of climate change. I remember in the last session, we used to see Senator Ledamo Lekina, at that time even hiring planes to fly over forest in Narok and plant trees. And at that time, many people did not imagine that it was a serious issue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the President has promised that in the next 10 years, we must plant 10 billion trees. And I think I want to continue encouraging the people like myself and Senator Ledama, pushing to grow more trees, increase the forest cover, Mr. Speaker, because it continues to be a challenge. When you go to Coast, where my brother Senator Stewart Madzayo, there is also a challenge of the mangrove forest, the challenge we are seeing erosion where you also come the coast of this country, Mr. Speaker. It continues to be a big challenge. And therefore, I want to really thank the President for bringing this conference. Many people might find there are more serious challenges. I know Tsotsi might be concerned about the issue of maize and food and the cost of living, which is rightly so. But we cannot wish away the conversation of climate change, Mr. Speaker. We must, in the 10 years, plant 10 billion trees. And this council will guide, Mr. Speaker, 10 billion trees in the next 10 years, Mr. Speaker. I want to challenge every senator. Take 15 billion. It's actually 15 billion. Thank you, Mwalimu, Senator Mwashushe from Taita. Mr. Speaker, the 15 billion that we are talking about, Taita Taveta, sorry, Senator for Taita Taveta, Mwalimu, Senator Mwashushe, Mwaruma. Mr. Speaker, 15 billion trees. And this will improve the forest cover across the nation, Mr. Speaker, and ensure that we reclaim, there is this issue of carbon credits, where we can now, the challenge of drought, biting famine, Mr. Speaker, is also a growing challenge. I agree this was an unusual longest period of drought. Although we want to thank God, you know, when some of us were praying in Nyayo Stadium, many people are wondering, why are you praying? Mr. Speaker, the rains have started coming, and I want to encourage farmers, Mr. Speaker, to start planting. The government has even provided, and Senator Oburu Odinga yesterday said the government has provided subsidized fertilizer. We are now, they provide maybe affordable seeds, and therefore encourage farmers to go back and farm and ensure, Mr. Speaker, the competency of these candidates, Mr. Speaker, I can see one of the candidates was rejected, where they said that that nominee did not, that was Omar, that the nominee did not demonstrate knowledge of topical, technical, and administrative issues touching on the matters relating to indigenous knowledge. Of course, there is a reason. And you know, it is important that Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, not aware that why one of the members was rejected. You know, topical issues, if they ask you, for example, who is the senator of Lamu, and if you ask aside topical issues, what is happening in maybe somewhere across the world, Mr. Speaker, I think these are such technical and administrative issues, Mr. Speaker. So Kenyans should be aware. I don't know, Minority Leader, I thought we had agreed that we work together for the benefit of the Senate. And you cannot limit the contribution of members. Let the time limit me. If the time will be over, I'll finish. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sir, you must call the Minority Leader to order. Mr. Speaker, during our approval hearing, consequently, my apologies. Mr. Speaker, consequently, the nominee lacks the requisite abilities and experience to serve as a member of the National Climate Council. So on the issue of administration, technical aspect, topical issues, Mr. Speaker, I think this was the reason why the nominee was rejected. The second and the final reason was that the nominee from the general demeanor, you know, the body language, I can read the body language, Mr. Speaker, is very important. Mr. Speaker, during the approval hearing coupled with unclear responses to the topical responses, questions appeared not to be adequately prepared and displayed a general lack of interest. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask, it is not easy to read the demeanor, but I want to ask, Mr. Speaker, that the issue of demeanor or behavior or expressing, Mr. Speaker, is very important. And therefore, this lady was not, because I don't want anybody going to court or some activists blaming that why was this lady rejected, because she lacked the competence, the ability, even the interest that the committee noticed, the behavior and the demeanor and the body language of this nominee, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of environment is very critical. It is captured on land and environment on the Constitution. And we must take it to seriousness it deserves, Mr. Speaker. The issue of soil erosion, when it rains like this, Mr. Speaker, there is the challenge of ensuring that we use our schools, Mr. Speaker. I want to challenge this Climate Council, Mr. Speaker, to use schools. Let us go education. Let us educate our children. Let us ensure, Mr. Speaker, that we educate our children and we use schools, training centers, TVETs, by bringing them into the factor, Mr. Speaker. When you look at the experience that you have seen on a number of the role, the council, Mr. Speaker, and I think it will be important. I know senators might be worried about the Climate Council. What is the role? What is the role of the Senate, Mr. Speaker? There is the issue of connecting both devolved county governments and national governments, Mr. Speaker. That is mainstreaming climate change function, even creating those council climate change functions within, Mr. Speaker, the national and county governments. There is also approval and oversee implementation of National Climate Change Action Plan, and the President has expressed his intention of ensuring that this issue of climate change is given a priority, Mr. Speaker, in various aspects. Number 3, advise the national and county governments. So I want to assure senators, I think senators, colleagues, and some of us who have stayed a bit longer here, this is one of the functions, Mr. Speaker, that at least county governments are mentioned expressingly. And like others, we have to force. I remember Senator Wambua, it is good you are still serving in Roads Committee. There was a time there was an amendment to the Roads Act where the MP, member of National Assembly, the women rep, the governor was giving nominations to the board that would sit at the sub-county level at the exclusion of the Senate. And we ended to beg. We had to throw that law away, Mr. Speaker, because the Senate was not being mentioned expressingly. And also the issue of research, Mr. Speaker, we want to know when you go to Makueni County, where Senator Manzo comes from, which type of tree should we plant because of the climatic conditions? When you go to Narok, when you go to Nandi, Mr. Speaker, which type of tree should you plant? And therefore, even as we say we want to do massive planting of trees, what should we grow trees in Garissa, where the rainfall is just not regular, and like Nandi, Mr. Speaker? So, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to be very, very keen on this issue, Mr. Speaker, and also administer the climate change fund, Mr. Speaker. I think the committee should invite this climate so that we can know what type of this fund. I know the chairperson of PIC, Senator Otsotsi, is smiling because this is one of the special funds, and including special funds and other investments. Mr. Senator Otsotsi, you now have a work to audit and call so that they can appear before you, because we are now forming what we call climate change fund under the PIC, and I can see a number of PIC members who are here, Mr. Speaker, which is very critical in terms of it. Mr. Speaker, the last point I want to make is on the issue of research and providing this climate fund, Mr. Speaker, must in some way, Mr. Speaker, provide and ensure that we get adequate seedlings, especially from KEFRI, Kenya Forestry Research Institute, KEFRI. We have Kenya Forest Service, Mr. Speaker, where we can even give and ensure that we provide seedlings to groups, Mr. Speaker. At the county level, Mr. Speaker, at most of the counties and constituencies, Mr. Speaker, including where we once visited Nyamira, there are CBOs, now it's community-based organizations, community CSOs, community-based organizations, many other organizations, Mr. Speaker. They can use KEFRI and KFS, Mr. Speaker. That is, we can use KEFRI and KFS to provide trees, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you talk about set targets for the regulation of greenhouse gas emissions, Mr. Speaker, we are aware, and we are aware, Mr. Speaker, that the regulation of greenhouse emissions, Mr. Speaker, because of the, what do we call, Mr. Speaker, the factories. I remember there was a case, Mr. Speaker, in Athi River, where one factory was being, Mr. Speaker, I don't know why sergeants are approaching the mess. Mr. Speaker, I'm still submitting until the Speaker adjourns the House. The factories, Mr. Speaker, we need to agree, industrial area, the gas emissions. Mr. Speaker, I remember this has brought a serious issue, Mr. Speaker, that we continue to have a challenge. I remember even there was a time where I remember whether the National Assembly, one of the factories of sugar in Western Kenya was a near blind school, and it became an issue because of the gas emissions that we are talking about, Mr. Speaker, because we must look even at the use of fuel, Mr. Speaker. There is a deal that the national government is doing with the United Arab Emirates, Mr. Speaker, to have the lower cost. So we must agree that should we use diesel, Mr. Speaker? Should we use petrol? Should we use paraffin, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, you are aware, countries outside the first world, petrol is cheaper than Kenya because, than diesel, because they are trying to discourage use of fuel that emits a lot of gases. And that is why when you go, people are using, you don't even get a car of diesel in those first world countries. But when you go to Lamu, everybody is using diesel vehicles, Mr. Speaker, and they end up emitting a lot of gases, causing even problems of breathing challenges, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we must see, even in terms, even if we want to encourage the people who import their vehicles at Mombasa, Mr. Speaker, the vehicles who, Mr. Speaker, the vehicles, people who import vehicles, Mr. Speaker, at Mombasa port. In fact, what we should be doing is maybe encouraging, Mr. Speaker, encouraging the sale of vehicles, Mr. Speaker. For example, the vehicles with petrol engine, Mr. Speaker, and we make it cheaper, maybe the petrol. The issue of diesel, Mr. Speaker, we make it cheaper and ensure that we move forward, Mr. Speaker. And the council, Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, has been formed, like the CS, which is important, Mr. Speaker. There is also the CS of National Treasury. There is the issue of economic planning. They can energy, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy. Council of Governors, Mr. Speaker.
What is the point of order?
Council of Governors, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cherangei.
Yes, I'm submitting seriously.
What is the point of order, Senator Karungu?
Mr. Speaker, looking at the time, we are way beyond. Mr. Speaker,
we will give you an opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think I'm even supposed to speak because we are way beyond the time we are supposed to be here. So it's beyond 6:30, Mr. Speaker. We are not properly constituted as we speak.
It's now 6:30.
Yes, Senator Mazayo.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have our standing order, number 34-2. If you can give me a chance to read it to you. Unless, for the convenience of the Senate, that is, unless the Speaker or the Chairperson, as the case may be, direct earlier or later interruption of business at 6:30. The Speaker or the Chairperson of the committee shall interrupt the business, then under consideration, and if the Senate is in committee, the Chairperson shall leave the chair and report progress and ask for leave to sit again. Mr. Speaker, with tremendous respect, with a lot of respect to this House, we were almost closing in on this matter. I do not see the reason why we are prepared now to go back to where we were. I thought we were making progress. Mr. Speaker, with a lot of respect, again, Senator, you don't want me to lose my cool.
Senator Mazayo, kindly wind up your thoughts, because we are transacting business beyond.
Yes, that's why I'm making this application now. You promised to communicate. You promised to come after 30 minutes. We have waited here. My colleague, Eddie, said it was way beyond 30 minutes. We wanted to find out what is happening. He didn't receive a substantive answer. We have come to 6:30. We have been talking to you desperately, telling you, why don't you want to communicate? We have listened to advices that we have been receiving also from the people who are supposed to advise us, which I believe the tradition of this house, we trust what our clerks tell us. And I'm surprised that, Mr. Speaker, you are departing from what you have promised this house, that you are going to deliver the communication before 6:30. I am in total shock of how this house is being handled. And I'm afraid that, Mr. Speaker, you're going against your own word.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he's allowed me to speak. Please, Gerald Gay, with tremendous respect. Tremendous respect.
Senator Ledama, just...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker...
Just have your seat.
Thank you.
Just have your seat. Senators, the standing orders do provide the hours when this Senate is supposed to transact its business. It is between 2:30 to 6:30, unless, of course, Standing Order 34-2 or Standing Order 34-4 is invoked. But both standing orders that I've cited, they must be invoked before 6:30. In fact, Standing Order 34-4 provides that you need to rise and you move that motion half an hour before 6:30. If indeed that I'm to use my powers for the convenience of the House to proceed, I need to exercise those powers either at 6:30 or before. If you look at the clock, it is 6:38. Indeed, it's true, I had promised to deliver the communication, which is ready, here with me. But owing to the fact that the hours